We are live on YouTube now. The link is in the chat.
Thank you, Amir.
Maybe if you can mute the ones who are not speaking, that will help. Samir, Ismail, if you can mute yourself.
So I think we are at the top of the hour. So thank you very much, everyone, for day three of the Regional Development Forum 2020, and welcome to this pre-session on policy and regulation. We have a very good lineup of speakers because I am there. So, and we have Mr. Wang from Guideco, my colleague Samir Sharma, and we have a great moderator with us, Yuni Jeong. She is from Telenor. So I'll hand it over to her to talk about the session and also introduce herself and the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for dialing in to day 3 of ITU RDF Asia Pacific. I'm Yuni Jung from Telenor Group, and I have the pleasure of moderating the pre-forum session on policy and regulation. Very quickly, Telenor Group is a global mobile operator serving over 180 million customers across 9 markets, 5 of which are in Asia, namely Bangladesh, Pakistan, Myanmar, Thailand, and Malaysia. And we, as a mobile operator, have benefited from ITU's strategic advice and various technical assistance in the region. It is therefore our privilege and an honor to be participating and supporting ITU in this dialogue. In the past few days, we've heard from the distinguished speakers on the urgent need to close digital gap and improve the resilience and coverage of digital connectivity. And this is particularly important, especially in the context of charting our path back to recovery and building back better. Telenor, also had a pleasure of debuting our new head of Asia, Jürgen Rostrup, in yesterday's session, where he also called for support from ITU and various MDBs and international organizations that are in present to help member states in improving the policy and regulatory landscape of the region. So I think it's very timely to look at the policies and regulations we have in place and critically assess whether they're indeed fit to serve the Asia Pacific community through the new normal. It is therefore, I'm very, very honored and excited to be sharing this virtual stage with true experts and champions of digital policy and regulations that I had the pleasure of partnering with in the past and deeply respect. So we have Dr. Shah that you've heard from. Dr. Ismail Shah is ITU area representative for Southeast Asia and other member states in the Asia and the Pacific. We also have Mr. Xiaofei Wang. He's the chief representative of GIDO in Indonesia, Malaysia, India, and Pakistan office. For those who are not familiar with GIDO, it stands for Global Energy Interconnection Development Cooperation Organization. It's a mouthful, but it's an organization that does important work in improving or promoting global interconnectivity of energy infrastructure. And lastly, we have Samir Sharma, Senior Advisor for the region, Asia Pacific for ITU. And he'll be talking about waste electrical and electronic equipment, or e-waste, and ITU's multi-stakeholder partnership to promote circular economy. So without much ado, let me hand over the stage to Dr. Shah. He'll be talking about different policy and regulatory issues, including the studies that ITU is currently conducting, and share proposals on new generation USO, or what he termed as USO 2.0. So over to you, Dr. Shah.
Thank you so much, Yoni, and thank you everyone for joining this morning. So my presentation is mainly about enabling policies, and then briefly I'll talk about the next generation USO. Next slide, please. So the main aim that whatever we are doing at the ITU is that we would like that we have the 17 sustainable goals achieved, and we believe that ICT has a cross-cutting role across all the SDGs, whether you take SDG number 1, 2, and so on, and in some of them we have a direct role also. So we should, whatever we do, we should keep these SDGs in mind, and that's why I had this slide up for you. Next slide, please. The next important thing is when we call about SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, we should, what do we mean by this? We mean that this development should not, it should meet the needs of the present, but should not compromise the ability of future generations. And there are three important, crucial elements that we have to look at. The first one is economic growth, and the presentations that you will see today, the first two, will mainly actually address these two: economic growth through policies, good policies, regulations, co-deployment, social inclusion, that is the USO part, and finally we will have the environmental protection, where Samir will talk about the e-waste part. So these three are the fundamental or crucial components of the sustainable development, and that's how it can be achieved. Next slide, please. So let me just mention a few things about policies and regulation in general, the work that we do at ITU in general at the headquarter and regional level, but this is the overall work that is performed by us. Next slide, please. So if you really look at ICTs, it has gone beyond simple telecommunication or communication. It has become the foundation for all the other economic sectors, the businesses, and the nations, and even the individual growth. Like, look at us right now. How are we enabled? How have we enabled us to actually be here? It's because of ICTs. So that's why when it comes to regulations in this part, the policymakers and the regulators have to take inclusive and a cross-sectoral approach and work collaboratively. They have to have their voice in the decision making. And the other important part is that whatever decisions that are made are evidence based and based on market data. So that's it. That is what we are trying to do. We have regulatory processes and tools that we are trying to adapt to these new norms, the new ideas related to innovation, inclusion, so that we can have a complete digital transformation. Next slide, please. So, what is ITU doing in this regard? So, we are actually working on collaborative ICT policies and regulatory frameworks, and our target is to have digital market. And the another one that is very important is the user well-being, because the users usually are left out in the things that is being done. So there are two actually important impact ways that we work on. One is the digital policy and regulatory engagement and awareness, and the other part is digital policy and regulation tools that we actually work on. So the first part, we look at the collaborative policies and capability towards digital transformation, whereas in the second part, we develop the tools to achieve that. Next slide, please. And we have also taken special note of the COVID, and we have actually what is known as REG for COVID, which is a global network resilience platform that you can find it on our website, and you can see all the different initiatives that have been taken all over the world in response to COVID, that ranges from having different allocating different spectrum, extra spectrum for operators, and also coming up with special packages for the users. Similarly, the global symposium for regulators, we had it online just a little while ago, and you have all the proceedings of that. In addition, we have webinars and trainings that we have conducted in response to COVID-19. Next slide, please. And these are all the activities, just you can see it on one slide, where we are learning from experiences, where we have impact stories, exchanges, and we engage. There are different programs, the financial inclusion, we have the roaming, and then we have so many other toolkits and so on. And you can find the details in here. I have given the website, and you will have this presentation available to you. Next slide, please. So what are we doing, next slide, in this region? So we have embarked upon two main things. One is to look at the studies that are based on empirical data, and we would like that the decisions are made based on some information, proper data and proper information. So that's the first initiative that we have taken, and in this regard, we have two studies. The first one will discuss the econometric modeling, where we look at the competition, liberalization, and taxation. And the second one actually looks at the innovative business model. So these are related to the new models that we are working on. The next one is related to co-deployment, where the next speaker, Mr. Wang, will also talk in detail about. But we have also started some studies related to co-deployment of ICT infrastructure with transport and energy. Next slide, please. So, next slide. And so in the first study that we are trying to conduct, previous slide, go back one slide. So in this study, we are looking at the impact of competition, liberalization, and taxation in the ICT sector. This is a very important area, because if you look at the ICT sector, it is impacted by many of these new things that are happening, the new taxes that are being imposed upon this sector. So we would like in this study to gather evidence and see how these challenges can be addressed in the regulatory frameworks, so that we can have the best possible digital services and applications. And we would like to look at the relationship between the government policies in these areas, especially taxation, liberalization, and competition, and see how that has impacted the connectivity, how has that impacted the penetration of digital services, and the prices of such services. So this is a relation that we would like to establish and present to the government so that they can change their policies, make them friendly. Next slide, please. Next, okay. So this study will also explore that how do these government policies, how do they impact the competition in digital market? And competition actually has changed now. It's not only between telecom operators, but there are many players who are providing similar services. So we have to see how this competition, this new competition, can be looked at, and what are the barriers and incentives that are there in practice. Similarly, how these things, taxation, liberalization, competition, they impact the market outcomes, such as the prices and access. And also, these at times have trans-border impact. So how can that be observed? What is the impact of that? At the same time, we will look at the sector-specific tariffs, because in many countries there is a tax on the internet. There is a general tax also on the internet or telecom services, and how this double taxation actually impacts these digital services. So I believe this will be a very important study, and I hope the results that when we have it and when we share it would be very useful for the policymakers and regulators. Next slide, please. The next study that we are conducting, it actually looks at innovative business models in the ICT sector. So if you really look at the telecom sector, what has happened is that rather than just having voice services, we have gone into mobile broadband. And then especially because of smartphones, we have services that are offered, similar services that are offered by platform providers that were traditionally provided by the telecom service providers. And these are in general known as the over-the-top services like voice OTT and video OTT and so on. So ITU has conducted a study on this, which is the title of that study is Economic Impact of OTT on National Telecommunication and ICT markets, and that has been well documented in there. But what we would like to look at is that how the traditional telecom operators actually have to diversify their businesses, and how the policymaker have to react to this new reality. Next slide, please. So we will also look at, so we have the telecom operators who have gone from connectivity and they have gone to platforms. And then we have platform providers who are actually now investing in connectivity, and how is their business model playing up, and how are the government policies and regulations actually impacting different players, the platform providers, telecom operators. And then we will look at a successful example of diversification by the telecom sectors, for example, into financial sector like mobile banking, in the health sector like e-health, in the agriculture sector, for example, they have the e-farming and e-agriculture solutions that are provided by the telecom sector. And we will look at the optimal way forward for the traditional telecom operators and see how this can lead us to collaborative regulations in different sectors like finance, health, agriculture, and so on. Next slide, please. So in this case, we are going to have explore futuristic models that the telecom operators to use to so that they are able to address the whole digital ecosystem. And also, we'll see how the digital platform providers can support basic connectivity, because we still have 3.6 billion people who are not connected to the internet. So some of the example that we are going to look at would be that of Reliance Jio. There are already studies about this disruptive model. We will also look at, for example, the high cost of spectrum, and also what happened when the competition was introduced by Jio, especially in the market in India. And then we will also look at other innovative examples in the telecom sector around the world. How has that changed the market situation, and how they need to move forward. So this was the second study. Both of these are related to the economics and the new business model. Whereas the next study, please, next slide, please, is about the co-deployment, and this where we will have partners like Mr. Wang also, his organization, where we look at how the co-deployment of ICT infrastructure can happen with transport and energy. So some of the initiatives that we are going to consider would be the optical ground wire deployment, for example, in India and Bhutan, co-deployment initiative of optical fiber with the transport sector in Bangladesh, connectivity initiatives in Korea in relation to e-government, the co-deployment of fiber optic in railway and transport sector in China. And one important aspect that we'll also be looking at is the green energy initiative in the ICT network, which actually leads us to the e-waste part also, or the environment friendly part of the ICT network. Next slide, please. So that was about the enabling policies and regulation and the kind of studies we are doing. ITU has also then worked on a framework for next generation USO. This framework is actually generic in nature, but it was also part of the ASEAN, the work the collaborative work that we are doing with ASEAN. So that is why this framework, which we can provide to anyone who is interested, this was also endorsed by all the ASEAN ministers. Next slide, please. If you look at the USO, it has actually, there is a renewed importance of USO because of the digital divide, because of COVID. So the COVID has actually, you see those people who are not connected, they are even at a worse situation in terms of when the COVID struck. So the USO 1.0 was about basic connectivity. There was some fiber and mobile broadband, but there were some barriers in the model, especially in relation to adopting the broadband. So in USO 2.0, it is not just connectivity that you just connect the people and just leave them, provide them the subsidy for a few years, and then you just assume that the model will continue to work. USO 2.0, we believe, should address the whole ecosystem. That's why the change in the model is also required. Next slide, please. So keep on clicking so that you can see all the part of it. So this is the complete ecosystem from the connectivity point of view. So you can see the international connectivity. You can see the backhaul to the wireless access part, and it can also be the fixed part. But what is also important is that we look at this part, for example. What about the terminals? What about the user point of view, their digital literacy? What about the broadband for school? What about access for the persons with disabilities? And then important thing is, what about the local content, the local applications, and even the international OTTs or international content that the users are accessing? So all of this has to be addressed in the new USO. And we believe that we cannot have complete digital inclusion unless we address all these parts, not just the connectivity part. Next slide, please. So for this, we actually require three layers of services, three layers of support that has to be there. The first one is at the policy layer. So we need the right legislation. That means that the USO should be able to address the whole ecosystem, not just the connectivity part. The overall environment has to be enabled, and we need to have a similar supporting regulatory framework. At the same time, at the human resource layer, we have to look at, do we have the experts who can execute these programs, employees, technicians, entrepreneurs who can work on different applications. And finally, the funding layer. Is the current funding mechanism enough, or do we need to have other kind of investments, other kind of business models, and how can we have more income Next slide, please. So in the policy layer, there are several issues that we address. So if you look at the ICT, just go to the complete, click on the complete slide. So if you look at the policy layer, in general, the ICT regulators just look at, for example, the coverage part, so which is the availability. To some extent, they look at affordability from the competition part, but the other things, for example, the language barriers, the digital skills, whether it has relevance to um, uh, the citizens or not, these parts are not addressed. Next slide, please. Similarly, as an example, for example, do we have a support for smart devices? Can USO, for example, provide the smart devices that are essential for accessing these services? So we hope that someday we will have all the citizens have affordable smart devices. Maybe one possibility is through USOs. So we have to see whether this can happen or not, but this is one of the proposals. Next slide, please. Similarly, at the human resource layer, we have the needs of the people who are living in the under served areas, their digital literacy. So we need to have digital literacy programs. Next slide, please. Funding layer, we have to look at many other kind of, for example, public-private partnership programs, so that we can have the funding issue resolved and continuity of the project that are executed under USO. Next slide, please. So the final conclusion is, uh, nowadays those who are without access, and access just doesn't mean that they are not in the coverage area, but coverage area, affordability, skills, all of them are included. They are at a great disadvantage, and unless these broadband affordable services are provided and they have the digital skills, they will not be able to take the advantage of the digital transformation. USO in the present form is not suitable to make the people connect, the remaining billions connect. And at the same time, mere supply of broadband, just saying that, okay, let me make it available and people will automatically use it, that is not enough. We must also look at the demand side. That is, we need to address the whole ecosystem. So thank you very much. On the next two slides, I have concrete recommendations, 11 of them, that you can have a look at when the presentation is made available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, for information-packed presentations. The studies that ITU are currently conducting, especially the econometric modeling around competition, liberalization, taxation, I find them extremely timely and relevant, and we really look forward to seeing the study completed and working with you in using those advice from ITU in our relevant markets as well. So moving on to the next speaker, we have Mr. Xiaofei Wang from Guido. He'll share Guido's work, especially around the co-deployment of ICT infrastructure with utilities.
Hello, good morning and good afternoon, evening, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. This is Wang Xiaofei from Bangkok. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concept on the ITU Regional Development Forum. The ETI represents for Energy Transportation Information Networks. These are like the circulatory of and the muscle and the nervous system of a human body. Each one has its own function, and together they should acting as a whole. Next, please. My presentation about ETI network will separate into three parts. First, I will briefly introduce the current status of the ETI networks. Then we'll come to the basic theory of ETI integration. At last, I will briefly introduce the scenarios or the paths of ETI integration. So let's start from the first part. Please, next. We will see the development history of energy transportation and the information networks. We're starting from the 18th century. For energy network, it experienced the coal transportation network to oil and gas pipeline, then to the power network. With the evolution of the wider range and the higher efficiency. For transportation network, we go through the waterway, then railway, then highway, then aviation, and multimodal transportation. With the evolution of faster speed and stronger capacity. For information network, we go through the telegraph, then telephone, optical cable, and the mobile internet with the evolution of wider transmission band and a larger scale of access. Now everyone can access internet. The evolution of ETN network, energy transportation information network, are the key boosts to each industry evolution. Next, please. Then let's see the development status of ETN network. First, let's start from the energy network. Down below on the left is the global coal transportation network. Honestly speaking, I know Indonesia and Australia are the key players in the global coal market, but if not this picture, I didn't know, honestly, they are so strong in global coal market. In the down center is the global oil and gas transportation network. You can see clearly how many key producers and consumers in global oil gas market and the trade volume between them. You can see the production center, consume center around the paper, on the paper. Down right is the global power grid network finished by GETCO. We composed that. As you can see from these pictures, 3 pictures, that the global trade volume of the coal accounts for 17% of total output, while the global trade volume of oil and gas account for 25% of total output. But the transnational trade of electricity only accounts for 4%, and most of them are in EU now. So you can see the future of global electricity trade is have a big prospect. Next, please. Next picture, please. Okay, then let's see the transportation network. We already have a relatively good connected highway network, although still not good enough, and railway and aviation waterway network. This kind of transportation can be separated into 2 types. Type 1 is physically connected, that is a highway and railway. Type 2 is a point-to-point, more logically connected, that is aviation and waterway. Next, please. Then it comes to our information network. I know everyone here is much better than me on information network, the IT network. I don't want to talk more about this in detail, just to know that we have the global submarine optical cable network and the global satellite network and the internet domestically. Yeah, in the future, we will have the global submarine power cable network that connecting the world. But the global power optical, global submarine power network will combine together with the optical cable network. Next, please. For the second part, I will introduce the theory and models of ETI integration from a GETCO perspective. We believe that the ETI energy transportation information integration is an inevitable result of technology progress and also objective requirement for higher quality economic development. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, here's our basic definition of ETI integration. The ETI integration means that the ETI network shifts from separate development to integrated, shared, and coordinated development, which are deeply coupled in form and function. ETI integration does not mean that the network these three networks combined into one network, but to integrate in form and function logically, thus exploiting the collaborative advantages. Next, please. Here is our model of ETI integration. On the left is the energy network, transportation network, information network as the input. On the center left, we separate into 5 layers of integration. The paradigm layer, which indicates the sector, or we see the industry integration. Integration, there are different forms of integration. Like energy plus transportation and the ET, energy plus information EI, information plus transportation IT, energy plus information plus transportation EIT. Each have different scenario, which we will introduce in the next 3 slides. Application layer, which indicates the operational integration, that is at the working level from planning to technology development and engineering, simultaneously consider the integration of 3 networks. Database layer, which this means the data integration. To better have a unified data platform or interface to share the public data and using the big data to get the deeper value. The infrastructure layer means that the integration of 3 networks at the construction phase to improve the efficiency of resource and lower the operation cost. The energy layer means that the transition from fossil fuel supply system to clean energy, a clean power supply system, match the demand and the production of energy at system level. Next, please. Here is the 4 driving force we believe behind the ETI integration. A reform such as energy transition reform, digital reform, or the other kind of reform that is a reform driving force. And the innovation, of course, is from the technical, finance, business model innovation to support integration. Efficiency is the basic need for higher quality of economic to lower cost and get higher value add. Policy is another important part of driving the integration, such as we see the carbon emission reduction and the digital economy and the industrial integration. Yeah, you can see on the down right is the some representative policies in China or US that will lead to the integration of ETI. Okay, next, please. Now let's see some scenarios and paths to ETI integration. Next, please. We have 4 types of ETI integration, that is EIT, EIT, IT, just like I introduced before in previous slide. For EIT, like we have smart island, virtual power plant plus power plant form, and urban integrated utility channel, terminal or multi-station integration, smart street light. For EI, that is energy plus information, we have smart grid, power optical fiber OPGW, PLC, green energy data center. For ET energy transportation, we have electric bus, hydrogen powered transportation, PV expressway. For IT information plus transportation, we have smart transportation, Internet of Vehicle, LV self-driving, and the smart logistics. That is some scenarios of the integration. Next, please. For the pathway of the ETI integration, we have 3 layers of for all these 3 steps. First is at the urban or city, in the city ATI integration, which is very common and modern, where maybe the first step and easy to implementation for. We will have we proposed the 1 center plus 3 system model. That is 1 data center of city, 3 system is urban utility tunnel system, urban smart transportation system, and smart energy system. The second step is at the domestic level. With the link on highway, railway, and the power transmission lines, the fiber optical can integrate together into energy and the transportation system. The third step is on transnational ATI integration through the transnational infrastructure system to globally integrate. There is one topic we are working on, GATCO working on, is the transnational power grid. This will integrate the optical fiber on the transmission tower. Next, please. The end. So basically, the study on the ETI integration just started, and the ETI is more of a logically one system rather than physically connected. As a new 3-dimensional network-based infrastructure that spanning fields and times and space, ETI integration will bring about greater changes in global industry, which is very good new concept and good practice for us to pursue. That's all for my introduction. Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sovang. It was really great to get a holistic as well as an in-depth view of the multimodal integration possibility of infrastructure deployment. I just wanted to remind everyone that the Q&A function, there's a Q&A function that you can utilize. We've already had some nice interactions with questions directed to Dr. Xia. So if you have any questions to the panelists, please use the Q&A function. So let's move on to the last speaker of the panel, Mr. Samir Sharma. He'll be talking about e-waste and ITU's partnership to promote circular economy.
Thank you, Yuni. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody. As we are all aware that ICTs are critical developmental tools, and technological advancements and innovations have created new opportunities for global connectivity. As a result, more people, especially in rural areas, have access to internet. Higher levels of disposable income, urbanization, and industrialization in many countries are leading to growing amounts of throwaway ICTs and consequently to the waste, electrical and electronic equipment called e-waste. In this presentation, I will share with you the magnitude of the problem, implications, challenges it poses, at the same time, the possible opportunities as to how ICTs can be part of the solution. But before that, let me share a short video giving you a brief perspective on e-waste. Rudy, can you play the video, please?
Join the Global Partnership for E-Waste Statistics. Information and communication technologies offer great opportunities for sustainable development. But discarded equipment, such as phones, laptops, sensors, TVs and batteries, contain substances that pose considerable environmental and health risks, especially if treated inadequately. E-waste constitutes one of the fastest growing streams of solid waste. This is because of the rapid pace of change in technologies, shorter product lifestyles, and designs that do not support repair or reuse. In addition, more people are using ICTs. A lot of e-waste is not, or not properly, recycled and ends up in dump sites. Only anecdotal evidence is available on the management and recycling of e-waste, and valuable resources, including gold, are wasted. Measuring e-waste is an important step towards addressing the e-waste challenge. Statistics help to evaluate developments over time and set and assess targets and policies. Better e-waste data will help minimize its generation, preventing illegal dumping, promote recycling, and create jobs in the reuse, refurbishment, and recycling sectors. It will contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 12, to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. The International Telecommunication Union, ITU, the UN Specialized Agency for ICTs, has set a target to reduce the volume of redundant e-waste by 50% by 2020. Today, only a limited number of countries measure e-waste. To address this challenge, ITU, the United Nations University, and the International Solid Waste Association have joined forces to create the Global E-Waste Statistics Partnership. Its main objective is to improve, collect, and analyze worldwide e-waste statistics. The partnership will raise awareness, encourage governments to track e-waste, and carry out workshops to build national capacity. Join us and demonstrate your government's, organizations, or company's commitment to tackle the e-waste challenge and make a difference.
Next slide, please. It looks like this video has summed up this presentation, which I'm going to share with you. But however, allow me to just give you a little bit more insight. Here, I would like to refer to the landmark initiative, as you heard here, the ITU, the Global E-Waste Monitor 2020, where we have a collaboration with the Global E-Waste Statistics Partnerships formed by UNU, the International Solid Waste Association, UNEP, WHO, and the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. As per the latest Global E-Waste Monitor, there's a record 53.6 million metric tons of electronic waste was generated worldwide, which is 21% higher than the last 5 years. This report also highlights the discarded products with a battery or a plug that will reach to 74 metric tons by 2030, almost doubling the e-waste in just 16 years. Only 17.4% of 2019 e-waste was collected and recycled. This means the gold, silver, copper, platinum, and other high-value recoverable materials conservatively valued at $57 billion, a sum greater than the gross domestic products of many countries, were mostly dumped and burned rather than being collected. According to the report, Asia generated greatest volume of e-waste in 2019, some 224.9 metric tons, followed by America. India alone generated 3.2 million metric tons, while Asia generated 24.9 metric tons. 82.6% of global e-waste flows that are not documented, and 43.7 metric tons of e-waste is unknown. This is likely dumped, traded, or recycled in a non-environmental friendly sound ways. Currently, only 78 out of 193 countries, which is 40% countries, are only covered by e-waste policy and legislation. Now, what challenges it poses? Let's look at these challenges in more details. Next slide, please. Now, the challenges are fourfold. First, the e-waste has become one of the fastest growing waste streams in the world. That is, rapid innovations and lowering costs have dramatically increased the access to electronic products. Thereby, the discarded waste of around 54 million metric tons of e-waste per year. And the second challenge is the e-waste contains substantial products which are hazardous to the human health, such as mercury, cadmium, and lead. And in addition to the e-waste, puts the health and the lives of some of the world's poorest adults and the children who are working in these unorganized sectors that pose a health as well as environmental hazard. The third challenge is many of the developing countries' collection and the proper recycling infrastructure are still lacking. Finally, even worse, increasing e-waste can also bring pressing global warming. For example, 98 metric tons of CO2 equivalents were potentially released in the atmosphere globally, which is discarded by the fridges or air conditioners that were not managed in an environmental friendly manner. Next slide, please. Now, how to turn this problem and the challenge into opportunity? There are three clear pathways. The first, what we can do is the e-waste, since it contains the several valuable raw materials such as gold, copper, and iron, which I mentioned before, valued at the rate of around $57 billion. It creates tremendous opportunity for job creation. If it is refined and created in a very formal manner by providing proper skills and the training to the young youth generation, I think this will create a great opportunity. The second, to foster circular economy for electronics and the environmental impact that could be reduced through greater collaboration through SMEs, entrepreneurs, academia, trade unions, civil societies. And finally, we need to collect reliable, official, and comparable e-waste data and statistics, which is important because data-free economies cannot take any policy decisions. On the right-hand side, you see a system of e-waste management whereby we need to have resource conservation, resource environmental and the health impacts, and finally safe regulated working conditions for the new economic growth. Next slide, please. Now, what ITU's mandate is. So very clearly, as you can see, ITU's mandate is by 2030, we need to increase the global e-waste recycling rate to 30% and to raise the percentage of countries with an e-waste legislation to 50%. Additionally, the countries have committed to reducing the volume of redundant e-waste by 50%. As you can see here, the e-waste initiative addresses several SDGs, in particular SDG 3, 6, 8, 11, 12, and 14. Next slide, please. Now, in order to meet the mandate of the ITU by 2023, what solution ITU is embarking on? By creating a circular economy for ICT equipment. There are three impact pathways. The first, the collection of the e-waste data and the knowledge to improve expertise for collection. And the second one is e-waste policy support to have increased coverage of the national policies. And finally, advocacy and the media to enhance business circularity of the ICT industry. You see some of the work that ITU is already undertaken in several countries, primarily in the African countries. And now I will share with you the work that we are going to start in Asia Pacific region. When I mentioned about Asia Pacific region, next slide, please. If you look at the e-waste monitor of 2020, compared with 2017, there are some startling facts that come to our vision. The first is there are more e-waste generated in Asia and Pacific, 6.7 metric tons increase since 2017, and e-waste collection rate has dropped. So both are negative things. And of global e-waste generated in Asia and Pacific, 46.5% is the share for the Asia Pacific, which is a 5.8% increase. And finally, 11 countries in our region has got policies out of 25. And this is the area where we will be actually strengthening our efforts. Next slide, please. Some of the efforts that many countries have already initiated in our region, that in South Asian region, which has begun to recognize the importance of the proper e-waste management. In particular, India is the only country in South Asia which has got a legislation on e-waste. But some of the countries in the Eastern Asia have advanced e-waste regulations, such as Japan and South Korea, where Japan is one of the first countries in the world to implement EPR-based solution. And finally, in Southeast Asia, some of the countries are more advanced, such as Philippines, Cambodia, and Myanmar, have formulated some of the national regulation on e-waste management. Next slide, please. And in terms of the work that we are planning in our region, last year, we organized a regional event on e-waste with ITU, ILO, UNU, UNEP, and GSMA, whereby we provided capacity building and awareness for the stakeholders for e-waste policies, as well as how e-waste recycling could be done. Actual demonstration was carried out there in this event. Following that, as a concrete example, with the Government of India, we plan to organize a pan-India e-waste monitor with focus on data collection, administration of the data, capacity building, so that it can create an authoritative policy-making e-waste environment. While the policy is there, we need to make sure that the implementation and the monitoring is authoritative. And in this particular aspect, the role of industry is very important because they can provide and be a part of the solution by providing the end of the life cycle, the collection centers, and then contribute for better circular economy. On the right-hand side, in order to move forward, because the regional preparatory, this regional development forum is a forum for fostering partnership with the concrete proposals and solution. And in order to not just meet the requirements that we have stated here for India, but there are demands coming from Bangladesh, Nepal, and in order to share further information from the member state planning for 2021 for WTTC, we would be organizing an information session on 26th of this month on e-waste in Asia Pacific. Please stay tuned and register. We'll look forward to seeing the partnership to address the circular economy. With that, the next slide. Thank you very much, and join our efforts in creating circular economy for ICT equipment to promote expertise in collection of e-waste data covering national policies and business circularity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Samir. There was any silver lining of the COVID pandemic. It's been the relief to the environment due to the reduced human activities. And I think your presentation reminds us of the importance of promoting circular economy and putting it at the fore rather than as an afterthought. So thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a few minutes to entertain questions to the panelists. As I don't see any questions posted in the Q&A box, I thought I'll move on with some of my questions that I prepared for the panelists, if it's okay. Let me start with Dr. Shah. Dr. Shah, so you've shared a radical approach, rather, to USO 2.0. And as a representative of a private sector and a telco operator, my question to you is, aside from the demand side of the change in the use of USO, do you see any changes that's required in the funding side or contribution of the USF fund in realizing the USO 2.0 vision? And I ask because I think the incentive structure that's currently embedded in USO needs to change in order to achieve the vision that you're promoting.
Yes, thank you very much, Uni. I think, first of all, it's, as I said, we have to expand the scope, for example, first to broadband and also then to the demand side. So that's one part. As far as funding is concerned, I think we have to look at the model again and see how it can be best, the best way of funding. Before I talk about the funding sources, we also have to see whether in most cases, for example, the USO, there is lots of fund which is unspent. So first thing is to look at those funds before we talk about new sources of fund. So I think those funds should be spent properly and also on the demand side. One of the reasons that I have seen in my personal experience is that there is lots of bureaucracy in spending the funds, and also it is focusing on areas which are really, really difficult. So there is, for example, no backhaul network. So you have to use satellite connectivity and all that. And so those kind of things also have to be revisited. And it has to be, the funding mechanism has to be, the way it is spent has to be made more efficient. And as far as the funding source is concerned, like just as we're coming from the telecom sector, and currently only the telecom sector is actually mostly in most countries is paying for these for into these funds. I think this can be expanded, and it can also be like in-kind contribution. Like there are many initiatives that the platform providers, that the telecom operators are taking. So that can also be one source where they are already doing something, laying fiber, deploying a new technology, and for example, coming up with new technologies that are probably cheaper than the regular way of the way these technologies are made available. So all those things can actually go into USO, and USO can actually act as kind of an enabler of the other economic development in terms of the technology development part also. So, for example, the indigenous technologies can be developed in the country, indigenous base stations, software-based base stations, and all those other kind of technologies that can be tried out using the USO fund that can reduce the cost and that can also promote the locally available technologies. So these are some of the ways I believe the funding issue can be served, can be solved. But firstly, you have to utilize the funds that are already available.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for the very insightful response. Moving on to Ms. So Wang, is, wanted to ask you about the status of cross-sectoral infrastructure sharing policies in the region, um, and whether you see there is any room for improvement in promoting the intermodal sharing of infrastructure, both from deployment as well as the usage.
Yeah, actually, currently there are many interconnection in ASEAN and the South Asia countries. You see, from India to Bangladesh, they have 4 lines of transmission connection. India has provided electricity to Bangladesh, and they also have another transmission from Nepal, and they will have other future plan of transmission. In ASEAN countries, they have the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore transmission, and from Laos the for energy to Thailand, then to Malaysia, then to Singapore. Even from China, we have about 11 transmission line connected to Laos and Vietnam. Now in this region and even in other countries, of course in Europe, that is very much more common in regarding their energy interconnection, and together with the energy interconnection, actually there is the co-deployment of their information network above their transmission tower. That there are two lines on the tower that is actually their optical fiber. And there is like I said, the global trade volume of electricity only takes 4% currently, compared to the global coal transportation and global gas, and coal transportation actually takes 17% of the global output, and the oil and the gas takes global trade volume is about 25%. So there is a lot of room to improve regarding their electricity together with the information network. I think now in this region, especially the ASEAN and South Asia, they are focusing more about their interconnection, not only on transportation, energy, and their internet, also on their information network. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I know we're slightly running out of time, but I did want to pose one last question to Samir. Aside from this e-waste initiative, you've led many multi-stakeholder partnership on key digital issues, and the issues that we'll face tomorrow will require such partnership. Yet building, let alone managing such partnership to drive results is very tenuous. Do you have any recommendations for those of us who are either trying to build or manage such multi-stakeholder initiative?
Thank you, Yoni. I think this is such an important and relevant question at this time, particularly if you look at the mandate of ITU and the targets that we have set for 2023 for 50% policies, I think, and then 30% for raising the awareness. I think this is a huge target. We cannot do it alone, and we have to actually do this with with our partners. In particular, let me give you an example of the role of even the industry. In particular, the extended producer responsibility, whereby any product, let's say mobile phone, cell phone, whatever we buy. Sometimes we have 1, 2, 3, or 5, or 6. We just throw it away. We don't know exactly where to deposit it. There are collection centers, and in particular, I want to quote Telenor Groups, which you represent, have got an environmental management policy which clearly states the sustainability aspect, whereby the protection of environment is one of the key priorities. So in particular, how we are going to foster this partnership. First, within the UN family, we have the UNU, UNITAR, UNEP, WHO, ILO, which are looking after the analytical side as well as health and occupational safety hazard of the people. At the same time, with the industry, let's say GSMA, and this is where I invite and encourage you as the industry to partner with us to make sure that, at least the collection is formalized. And most of the people are suffering. 80% of the work is done through informal channels. If it is come into the formalized session, I think we can create a job opportunity. We can provide a more circular economy, save the environment, and create opportunities for the people. So I invite you to actually join our efforts, and please join us on 26th of November on the e-waste solution paper. Thank you very much.
Will do. Thank you very much, Dr. Samir. Thank you to panelists for their insights, and audience for the participation and the time. And hope everybody stays on for the day 3 session of ITU RDF. Over to you, Dr. Shah.
Thank you so much, Yuni. I mean, you have done a really wonderful job in moderating. So a big thank you to you. A virtual round of applause to you. So thank you so much, and I hope, and thank you also to my fellow panelists, Xiaofi Wang and Samir Sharma. A really good session, and maybe any closing remarks by our regional director Atsuko.
Thank you. It was really, really insightful and with lots of good ideas. And I'm really confident that with that and in partnership with all of us, we can definitely move forward and reach 2030 fully connected. So on that note, I would like to remind all the participants and panelists, speakers, if possible, to come back at 12 p.m. Bangkok time to start the next equally exciting session, and they are all interlinked. So stay tuned and looking forward to seeing all of you at 12 p.m. So until then, see you. Thank you very much for the wonderful and skillful moderation, Uni. Very well done.
Thank you. It was an honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Okay. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thanks to the great activity to farm girls in ICT that helped to push more women into IT roles. I will apply the skill that I have learned and share them with friends. One day, I hope to be as good as the hero models who did the training. Thank you.
After I participate in cybersecurity class, I think I have gained a lot of knowledge and experience. Like I used to post or like and share some funny things of my friends, but my mindset is changed now because sometimes it is fun for me, but it's not okay for my friends. And I think I will tell anyone that don't share and please share just the good thing indeed. Thank you.
As a teacher, I will tell you that I will motivate and activate my students to aware of using ICT because I know that ICT is very important and useful, right? For the future life of my student. So the more we know ICT, the more opportunity they will get in the future world.
Connecting humanity. What will it take to connect the world by 2030? For those living in the world's handful of highly connected countries, it can come as a shock to learn that nearly half years and over has never used the internet. Many of the unconnected 3 billion live in rural and remote areas, where connectivity remains a challenge. A disproportionate number are women, particularly in Africa and South Asia, where the digital gender divide is particularly marked. And of course, most are poor, lack basic literacy, and with only limited digital exposure, see little value in getting online. With the COVID-19 pandemic pushing so many essential services online, we face a real and present danger of those without broadband access being left ever further behind. With just 10 years remaining to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, ITU's timely new report asks, what will it take to connect the world? How much investment is needed? How can we mobilize the unprecedented levels of financing needed to extend networks to unserved communities? According to ITU's comprehensive new study, approximately 428 billion US remaining 3 billion people to broadband internet by 2030. Roughly 90% of the required investments are directly tied to the need to roll out and maintain broadband networks to support the additional connected user base and related traffic. Around 40% of total requirements would have to be allocated to capital expenditure build-out for broadband last mile and transmission networks capable of reaching and serving at least 90% of the target population. Broadly speaking, the distribution of investment requirements is a function of the overall size of the unconnected population. South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa account for around half of the unconnected population and 55% of required investments. Likewise, nearly half of the investment required will need to be allocated to low and lower middle income economies. But investing in infrastructure alone is not sufficient. Data tells us that 70% of the global unconnected population lives within, yet approximately 80% of those covered by a 4G network in Sub-Saharan Africa do not have a connection. Complementary initiatives beyond infrastructure are needed to connect people already covered by broadband networks. These include programs to increase and support device affordability, affordability of data and services, digital skills programs and content with a special focus on closing the digital gender gap. As the new report highlights, having innovative policy and regulatory frameworks is critical to achieving universal, affordable broadband connectivity by 2030. Establishing an enabling policy and regulatory environment is essential to foster predictability and consequently attract long-term investment and support the digital economy, especially in low and lower and middle-income countries. ITU has provided extensive guidance to policymakers around the world on how to approach policy and regulatory challenges and opportunities. The golden rules for achieving broadband adoption include market approach, infrastructure sharing, competition, foreign participation/ownership. No single actor alone can achieve the ambitious goal of connecting everyone to universal affordable broadband connectivity by 2030. It will require an unprecedented multi-stakeholder effort to finance this goal. This study recommends that private investments be primarily focused on infrastructure, while public investments be focused on both infrastructure and skills development. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, director of the ITU Telecommunication Development Bureau, said, "While this, achieving universal connectivity, is an ambitious aim, it is in no way an unachievable one. It is my hope that as part of ITU's Connect 2030 agenda efforts, this major new ITU contribution will provide clear, coherent, evidence-based guidance for countries that will help them accelerate efforts to reach unconnected communities, so that equality of opportunity is finally within reach of all."
Hey, Deborah, you can check the interpreters. We should be ready by
Morning.
11:45.
Oh, thank you. I can see Song has disappeared. I don't know what happened. He was here and then he disappeared. Let me see if I find him in the participants list. Okay, let me talk to Jing and Shane. I think maybe he's lost connection. And Alini's just got in. I just promoted her. She was as a participant before.
Yes, good
Hi, good
morning.
morning, Jean and Shane. Good morning. Hello. Yeah, all of us. You both sound pretty good. So where's Song? He was here. Oh, I can see him again. He's just rejoined. Let me allow him to rename himself. Did he lose connection? Let me rename him. Um, do that for him. Sorry. Song. Okay. Let me just tell Amir to place him in the booth. Amir, good morning.
Good morning, guys. It's Alini here.
Morning, Alini.
Good morning. I hope everything goes smoothly today, like it did yesterday.
Yeah, it was a really good day yesterday, actually. So yeah, Song is in the booth now, so I'll just test the sound and we should be ready shortly. So hi guys. I'll do one by one. So good morning again. So Jin, would you mind saying a few words, please? Yes, you're perfect. Yeah, you're very, very good. Thank you so much. So Jing, who was the lucky one this morning? Again! Oh my God, I don't know what to say. Perfect. So thank you. Um, Shane, you are the lucky one. Yeah. Well, you know. Well, look at the bright side. You get it out of the way first, you know. So yeah, yeah, you sound pretty good. Okay, I mean, as long as you guys manage, we don't mind. And when something happens, as long as someone takes over very quickly, and you guys have been amazing. You've been really efficient. Yeah, because you
Yes,
guys can't tell, so we have to tell you.
we will let you know. Don't worry.
Don't worry, Shane. It does happen on occasions. It might be a surge, but we can talk about this after the job and see what you can do. But don't worry about it because you guys have been really good. You have managed very well. So it is a minor thing. So honestly, don't worry about it. I mean, I'm not worried, and we are here to support you. So, yeah, so honestly, don't worry about it. Thank you guys. Song, can you just say a few words for me? Hello, Song. Morning, darling. I can hear you pretty well. You are fading out. Have you had the connection issue this morning? Okay, you're back. You are, but You sound okay, but you fade out sometimes. So, are you, has your internet dropped or has Zoom dropped? Thing. Okay, yeah, it might be. So let's see how it goes. We will keep you posted. If we have an issue with your sound, we'll let you know, and then one of your colleagues takes over, the one who was not working before you. Okay? But let's hope that your connection will be fine. All right, so I'll leave you guys to it. I'll tell Amir that we are done then. Okay? Thank you. Have a lovely interpreting day today. Same time as yesterday. Yes, just same time. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay,
Uh,
good luck, guys.
good luck, guys. Thank you so much. So, Amir, we are done now.
Thank you,
Everyone
Deborah.
is
Thank you, Dean.
ready, and we'll be silent now, and we'll be monitor the interpretation once it starts. Okay, if you can give them a heads up, I think they will know when to start. They're pretty good.
You let know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Amir. Are you there?
Yes, Sean.
I'd like to test a sound for a presentation. Would you be able to confirm if you can hear? One second.
Please run.
Yeah.
We use the internet for business every day to communicate with customers and colleagues, research, do banking and marketing, monitor logistics, coordinate projects, and everything else in between.
Are you able to hear?
Yes, it's okay. Anything from interpreters?
We can hear fine as well.
Okay.
Interpreters, can you confirm, please? Interpreters, can you hear me?
It's echoey. Can I test again?
Okay.
In its simplest form, the internet is made up of millions of computers all over the world. They're connected to each other by cable, fibre, or wireless links.
Are you able to hear, interpreters?
Is it still echoey?
Okay.
It could be because it's a presentation.
It was okay for me. So do you mind playing again, Sean?
Will do. Thanks.
Yes, for me it was okay as well.
It might be their connection. So let's just check.
Requested. As more devices connect to the internet, this network of links grows.
Sean, the problem is it's a very quiet video, and I'm almost on top.
Luckily,
Are
we
you?
have clever devices called routers.
That's
which help direct
better.
packets.
That's much better.
Paths and directions to.
So just bump the sound a bit, and it should be okay for them. Because before it was way too quiet.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Kishore from India.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Babu.
How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. How are you? Thank you for coming to the session.
No, thank you very much. And sessions are going great. And we appreciate all your coordination and encouragement.
Thank you very much. We look forward to your presentation and Ms. Pamela's.
Thank you very much. And I want to check with the team about my video as well as audio. Is it perfect?
Yes, my colleague Sean can run it.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
I'm here. Yes. Go on.
Please, can you check with for Mr. Babu? Is it okay?
Yes, yes. Mr. Babu, would you mind
Yes, ma'am.
just saying?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Yes, yes. I can hear you too. I can hear you well, and I can see well. So do you mind just saying a few words so we see if your sound is not interrupted, please?
I can say that your voice is excellent and your pronunciation is very clear to us.
Oh,
Is there
thank you.
any echo
That's
in my
very
voice?
kind. It's slightly, but you're very good. As long as you pace yourself for the interpreters and for the other participants to be able to listen to you, that would be great. Thank you very much indeed, and good morning.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. I have a question whether the presentation would be run from your end or from my side to screen sharing.
It will be run from our side.
Okay.
You
Who is
just have to.
speaking? Amir?
Amir, yeah. You just have to give a cue on transitioning, and it would be done by our colleague Miss Ruri.
Okay. Okay. So I can request in case I want to skip or go to the next slide. I can verbally request.
Exactly.
Yes, Mr. Babu.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Welcome, Dr. Tindi. Thank you for joining us early. Can I request for you to rename? Thank you. I have changed your name, Dr. Tindi, so all is well. Thanks.
Sorry, I think I need to sign out first. I don't know why the connection is not.
Srini, your voice is not good.
Can you hear me clearly?
It's really bad.
Mr. Sami, which device are you using? Are you using a computer or a tablet?
Computer.
Your sound is very, very poor. Do you have a headset? Not a earbud. Your earbuds are not working, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
We can't hear you.
let me try to you first. Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to try mine as well.
Dr. Tindi, there's a bit of a background noise at the moment. There's, there's background noise on your end. Can you speak, please?
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Dear Sean.
Yes, Dr. Tindi, your voice is a bit soft, on the softer end. If you could increase the volume.
Sean, there's a lot of noise with Dr. Tingji as well. Dr. Tingji, there's a very loud humming noise on your side. Do you have a fan or something on where you are?
I've just put it off right away.
But we can hear very, very loud noise. Are you able to use a headset with a microphone, not just to hear, to see if we can improve your sound, please?
I'm on a headset with a microphone.
But it doesn't seem to be going through because we can hear, I think he's picking up the computer sound. And I can only see the cups. I can't see a microphone on your headset for some reason. Oh, I see. Do you have one like Sean has with a separate microphone? Because when you have that model, it doesn't pick up your voice.
Maybe what I can do is to enter through another computer, because this one maybe the fan is.
Oh, because we can hardly hear you, Dr. Tinji. Can you try a different computer, please?
Okay, right away in a short while.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Mr. Pa. How are you?
Good morning.
Very well.
Hi, good morning, Mohammed. Thank you for coming.
Morning, Atsuko.
I hope that it's not too
Morning,
early for
Mr.
you.
Babu. How are you?
Doing fine, Mr. Pa. We're doing fine. Thanks very much.
Very well. Good to see you all.
Hello, Kishore, Muhammad. Welcome.
Hi, Dr. Shah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So, is your colleague would be Pamela would be in the same room as you, or she
No,
will
she will
log
be
in
joining.
separately?
I am joining from Delhi, and she will be joining
Okay.
from Bangalore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure, warm welcome.
Hi, Samir. Good morning. And
So you will pass it on to her?
Yeah, Pamela also joined.
Okay.
She has joined the meeting.
For her to join. Mo, very good morning. It must be quite early for you.
Pamela, can you turn on your video and...
Sure, I will. Please put yourself on mute all those. Saying your typing is good.
It sure looks like you're in your office.
Yes, Samir, we have been coming to office from day one. So that was part of the COVID management team. And of course, things are, still difficult, but I should say under control.
Excellent. Under essential services.
Yeah.
Can you try to switch on your video?
My colleague Vilas Bude also joined in the session.
Pamela, can you try again?
Madam Pamela, we can see you. Your voice is muted. You can check your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're clear.
Okay, thank you. I'll go on mute again.
Morning, Pamela. Warm welcome. This is Samir.
Thanks, Samir. Thanks for having me in this session.
Welcome, Pamela. So Kishore, you will transfer the, you will have a joint presentation with Pamela, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Muhammad doesn't know actually that Pamela is with you. So Muhammad, Kishore and Pamela will have a joint presentation.
Okay, and is everybody having a presentation or what's...
No, Mr. Zohair Khalik doesn't have a presentation. He will just talk.
Okay.
Others have a presentation and we have it.
And how long are the presentation? I assume there should be no more than 7 minutes.
Yeah, but the number of slides we have like 15, 16. So let's see.
Okay, because we have one panelist.
Yeah, Mr. Pa, actually, Dr. Shah already gave us the limit of 8 minutes. And now I understand, we have to restrict within 7 minutes. Surely we'll manage that. But the additional slides are more for information for the participants. They could go through any time.
Okay. All right. Just for logistic, I guess it's just to keep, if it's 8 minutes per person, I get at least on the presentation maximum. We do want to have time for 3 rounds. One's a set of presentation, introduce your organization and your presentation, obviously. And then after that, which is the who, what I call the who. And then the next would be to bring stakeholders to talk about the, exactly what it is that they would like from this collaboration or this ecosystem. And then the third question I would like to ask is the how. How can we make this happen between all the stakeholders?
Can you adjust your mic?
Can you hear it better now?
Yes.
In the previous speaking, it was not good. We could not hear it.
Sorry.
It's better now.
Hopefully it's better.
We will start in 1 minute. So kindly.
So Mr. Zohair Khalik is also here. So if you can test his voice and video.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Zohair. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good, excellent.
We will start in 1 minute. Please put yourself on the mute option.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Let's start the summary of the day 2. And then I will hand it over to the next session on ICT and SME. So next slide, please. Yesterday, we also had a very fruitful and very insightful sessions from the morning until the evening. We started with the discussion on inclusive connectivity, and we had a series of presenters with interesting initiatives from ITU too, to share with the participants, including GIGA and the last mile connectivity, as well as Connect to Recover. And after that, we had three distinctive but interrelated sessions, starting with the policy and regulation, affordable ICT connectivity in partnership with industry, followed by the digital services and applications. And as you can see on the screen, we had a very good combination of industry leaders, as well as the development partners, World Bank and ADB, and the member countries, and the think tank, and the civil society participants. After that, as a post-forum session, we had the launching of the Child Online Protection Guidelines. And next slide, please. The guideline was officially launched in Asia and Pacific yesterday. And we welcome you to take a look and join us to promote the child online protection in your country, in your community, and in your stakeholders moving forward. Next slide, please. And additionally, from the day one, we shared the RDF report online, and we also had a presentation by us from the Asia Pacific Regional Office, and we continue welcoming you for your review and questions and suggestions on what we have done and achieved in the past 2 years, and provide us your suggestion and perhaps opportunity to dialogue with you for 2021 planning of activities. Next slide, please. So ahead of us, we have exciting programs today. We just finished the policy and regulation pre-session from 10 to 11 a.m. Bangkok time. And we discussed evidence-based policy making, as well as the concerns that increasingly addressed or expressed by member countries and partners on sustainability and environmental protection in the proliferation of ICT devices. So I hope that those were found useful and effective, and we look forward to working with all of you to take it forward. Now, from now onwards, we have a session on ICT and SME, and thank you, moderator and speakers, for this session. It is very important to link perhaps more closely with the SMEs as a driving force and engine of ICT development in Asia and the Pacific, and how we can work together. And after the session, we will discuss the role of academia. What is it that we can do with the universities and think tanks and research institutes to drive the ICT agenda in Asia and the Pacific? And the last session is the capacity development, the presentation on what we have done, and perhaps that will lead to the discussion on what more we can do. And the exciting session awaits after 2:45 Bangkok time on cybersecurity. And we have a number of experts and digital leaders in that field to discuss about what we can do together collectively. So with that note, I want to give the floor to my colleague Ismail to introduce a session on ICT and SME. The floor is yours, Ismail.
Thank you so much, Atsuko-san. So my name is Ismail Shah, and I am the ITU area representative and head of ITU area office in Jakarta, Indonesia. Welcome to all of you. This session on ICTs and the role of SMEs We have a great panel and a great moderator who has woken up at 5 a.m. and has joined us from Geneva. So without further ado, I will give the floor to him, and then he will introduce the speakers as well as conduct the session. So over to you, Mohammed Ba from ITU Geneva HQ. You need to unmute first.
Okay, so how about now? Yeah, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, sorry. First of all, I guess good afternoon to everybody in the Asia Pacific, and it's good morning here, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Atsuko, for the recap yesterday. It does give me perspective. And as you all know, this SMEs and innovation is really, really important to drive economic growth in any country. And we know that these stakeholders are really struggling. And many of them are not able to grow to be big companies. And sometimes they don't even want to grow to be big companies. They just want to survive and they want to bring value to their community. So we have a very big question in front of us. What can we do, or what should we do, or what's the challenge facing these stakeholders? So we're gonna hear from great presenters for great presentation for great panelists who will talk about a bit of their organization, what they do to contribute to the development of SMEs and the growth of SMEs in a way. But we'll also hear from them in terms of what they think we can do more and how we will be able to do that. And I'll come back for a round of questions for the audience if we have any time. Without further ado, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Ba, and I'm the Senior Coordinator for Digital Innovation Ecosystem at ITU's headquarters in Geneva. Fairly new to ITU maybe, but been in this business a long time. Without further ado, I'd like to first call on our first maybe I'll get a quick round of intro from the panelists before they go into their presentation. So I'd like to first call on Mr. Babu to introduce himself quickly and his organization. And Mr. Babu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed, and very good morning to all the distinguished members and Madam Wokuda. As Mr. Mohammed mentioned that SMEs and startups, they play very, very important role in the country's progress as well as contribution to the industry, as well as addressing the socio-economic challenges. Myself, Kishore Babu, I am Deputy Director General, leading a division called Standardization, R&D and Innovation from the Department of Telecommunications. And the Department of Telecommunications has got many wings. We have got certain standardization bodies like Telecom Engineering Center, TSDSI, and the capacity building centers, we call it NTI-CREATE. And as a whole, there are many divisions which exclusively as well as integratedly work on industry development and industry encouragement. Thank you very much. More I will share during my presentation.
You are again on mute, Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Babu. I would like to call on Mr. Sani to introduce himself and give us a brief overview of his organization.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Hi, my name is Sani Gaddafi. I'm the founder of 8 Villages. So we are a technology company that focus on creating digital ecosystem, especially for people in the villages. So I think later on I will explain more about 8 Villages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sani. Mr. Zohain, would you introduce yourself and let us know what your organization does for the ecosystem?
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. Good afternoon, good morning, respectively. I represent a company called Team Up. I own it. And what we do basically is work at the moment in a number of areas. Primarily, we have a very, very interesting and very rewarding public-private partnership with the government of Pakistan, where we run the National Incubation Center, which is set up in place to basically train, incubate, and encourage young entrepreneurs in the technology sector to come and build their businesses. And we've been in operation for about 4 years. A huge amount of thanks also while I'm on the video to Dr. Ismail Shah, who was a key part of the construct of this some 4 years ago. So what we do basically is to bring these entrepreneurs in, train them, teach them, guide them, and mentor them. And we have a whole panel of very, very impressive mentors from all over the world now, and get them to get the businesses out into the marketplace and start making a difference. So that's what we do. I'll explain more when I speak later.
Thank you, Mr. Zahir. Last but not least, we have Mr. Ans from ADB. Would you tell us quickly, introduce yourself and tell us what you do?
Yes, hello everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Arndt Hussar. I am a member of the Digital Technology Unit in the Asian Development Bank. We are a little bit like the in-house advisors to other parts of ADB and to our counterparts. And we also do quite a bit of knowledge and research, as well as knowledge sharing activities like this one. Our agenda is really to foster more digital work in the overall portfolio of ADB and its collaboration with governments and private sector around Asia Pacific.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really excited.
Mohammed, we also have Pamela, Miss Pamela Kumar, who will be co-presenting with Kishore.
Okay, sorry. Miss Pamela, could you present yourself?
I am the Director General of TSDSI, the Telecom Standards Development Society of India. So we are a partner at 3GPP and 1M2M, and also active at ITU in the telecom and ICT space. And we'll talk more about it in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and apologies for messing you up. I think this is really exciting for me because I can see all the representation of the ecosystem here. We have somebody who's doing ecosystem building in villages, which I look forward to hear from. We have the public-private partnership component, and we have the government component, as well as the capital or the access to resources. So without further, of course, we're missing a bit of the academia, but the next session has been designed with academia in mind, so that's good. Without further ado, I'd like to call back Mr. Babu and Ms. Pamela for their intro presentation. And let's try to keep it under hopefully 8 minutes or less, if possible. Mr. Babu and Ms. Pamela, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pa. May I request presentation to begin? Could you start the slides? Yeah, thank you very much. And just before opening the presentation, I also want to thank the regional director and as well as their excellent team, Dr. Shah, and as well as Mr. Samir, to make this happen at the in the last minute discussions. Thanks very much for all the encouragement. In India, there is a lot of focus about encouraging startups and SMEs, especially under Digital India program, where you can see the different pillars, what I have brought it on the main slide itself. And the numbers of the SMEs and startups in India, it's really mind-boggling. We're having almost like 63 million, in micro, small, and medium enterprises, in which almost like we are having over 50,000 startups, which happened for the last few years. And in which, again, we are having around 10,000 startups, which are exclusively working on technology front, where you will see that how they are leveraging the modern technologies as well as the deep technologies in addressing the problems as well as creating wealth. And recently what the government has done is they have broadened the scope and definition of SMEs, because that is one of the very important area, how the benefits as well as making financing available to them can be broadened. So with this, just I want to go to the next slide. Next slide, please. This is the kind of flow I want to bring it for all our introduction as part of the presentation. So I'll be sharing a little bit about India Stack and what way the startups and SMEs are getting facilitated from the government in public-private partnership, and as well as the industry active participation. And one of the important areas is about how these SMEs using ICTs or how ICTs are enabling them. Both points I'll be touching them in the presentation. And also what are the different areas as well as use cases by using deep technologies, they're able to address the problems existing, including new issues as well as including the business process innovation. That's what they're able to do. And I'll be showing a glimpse of technology products in the modern technologies, especially communication front, what they are doing. Then we'll be having an introduction as well as proposal from TSDSI, our public-private partner who is doing the standards development in the country about what they want to contribute for the, the region as well as the member states in taking forward this private partnership in strengthening the role for SMEs in ICTs. Next slide. This overall shows India's stack. You can see the numbers about the mega programs what have been rolled by the government of India. The Unique ID program, which has generated authentications till now 48 billion. And these are the unique IDs we have created around 1.2 billion. And you can see certain other things like how many eKYC authentications have been done till now. It is 8.6 billion. And we are also having something called DigiLocker, where the government certificates as well as the government credentials issued to the individuals, citizens can share. Around 48 million people have registered, and around 4.2 billion authentication documents have been done. And to enable this kind of digital platform, we have got a program called BharatNet to connect rural and remote areas, which has progressed to almost 459,000 kilometers of fiber laying, and as well as connecting around 158,000 villages. Coming to the application front, you can see we have got a government-driven platform called Umang, which hosts around 1,987 government services dealing with 158 government departments as a single platform at the fingertip of the user and customer. Next slide. So this is the startup ecosystem what we are trying to build in. Startups and SMEs, they need, one is about collaboration among them and how they can access to incubators and what kind of entrepreneurship abilities can be mentored, and as well as who are the investors, what way they can work with accelerators, as well as address the regulatory as well as compliance challenges by integrating with the government bodies. We have got a program called Startup India program, which has been commenced for the last few years, which brings all these ecosystem players together at one place so that the issues and transaction costs are minimized. Next slide. This shows a glimpse of what way these tech startups and their distribution across the sectors. You can see from enterprise to the agri-technology, all these industry verticals, these SMEs and startups are able to contribute by giving new models as well as new mobile as well as platform applications in addressing the gaps in these particular sectors. Next slide. And this shows about what is the kind of maturity index we are progressing, and similarly, what is the investment index. On two coordinates, we are showing that, what way the aerospace and defense to fintech, what way they are progressing different sectors about their maturity level as well as investment coming to this SME segment. Next slide. You can see that this is the important slide that SMEs of tech sector, not only utilizing the existing, I should say, technologies, most of them are involved in very deep technologies, making products very niche, not only for the Indian market as well as global market, because we realized, considering the country's size, population, and as well as the potential as well as challenges, involving deep technology is one of the critical area for us to go forward and create value for the startups and SMEs. Next slide. This puts forth, what way the progress has been happening from 2014 to 2019 about deep technology adoption in different industry verticals. And government is giving special focus by creating many centers of excellence, by creating incubators, especially including even cyber physical systems, IoT centers, big data analytics, where the startups and SMEs can go and work, and develop their products and solutions, bring to the market. Next slide. And this is an important slide about whatever we may bring in. This brings a glimpse of about popular usage cases, especially for the SME sector. If you look at mobility, education technologies, as well as logistics, these are some of the areas where a lot of I should say innovative products, solutions, as well as business model innovation being developed. And you can see this mobility and education sectors, they're really rated high in terms of growth from 2014. Next slide. And this brings all aspects of new technologies. What are the potential usage cases? If anybody interested, we can share more about, in one-on-one or offline discussions, how these specific usage cases may be, relevant not only for Indian market, but also for the global market, especially to address development challenges as well as bridging digital divide. Next slide. This shows different sectors like health technology, agriculture technology, air and water, energy, education, sanitation, and how they're effectively solving India's pressing challenges. We have realized that the sustainable development goals accomplishment, because looking at the objectives, ICTs are ingredient of every objective to be accomplished either directly or through program monitoring and program deployment. So these are some of the usage cases to address the development challenges in the country. Next slide. So this is a kind of, we call it as India 2 for the especially startups and SME sector, how they're going to contribute, especially for these vertical usage cases. Here I want to add, apart from addressing the mobile application based or platform based, what Department of Telecommunication has started doing is making available infrastructure for the startups and SMEs, especially even including these wireless technologies. All along, the challenge has been about how the spectrum could be made available for R&D and innovation for indoor testing. The Department of Telecommunications has made a radical decision, offering spectrum any quantum for 1 year at a cost of $67 per year through self-declaration. Any startup or SME can make use of spectrum resources to develop the wireless products. Next slide. So these are some of the products from built using software as well as hardware. You can find it LTE base stations to network in a box, some of the satellite products as well as point-to-point systems. This shows a glimpse. And also many of the products have been used very effectively during COVID, including ICU ventilators as well as using artificial intelligence, using X-rays to diagnose COVID-19. Next slide. So with this, I want to, request Madam Pamela, who gracefully agreed from TSDSI, to contribute for the region's development in terms of how these innovative projects and solutions can be brought forth there. Madam Pamela, could you please take forward? Next slide.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kishore Babu. That sets a very good context. So as we can see, there's a lot of excitement and
Madam Pamela, we lost your voice. We cannot hear you.
Can you check your, can you replug your microphone? We cannot hear you. We still cannot hear you, Madam Pamela. Okay, shall we?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I had to go to my settings and set the audio level. I don't know why this happens. Okay. So I think the context set by Kishore Babu about all the innovation and excitement in the startup community to develop different solutions for India is happening. But I think the maturity of this in terms of understanding how important it is to do standards-based deployment is not there. There has been a realization by the government and the Department of Telecommunication that standards-based deployment.
We lost you again. Madam Pamela, we lost you again. Still not there. We still cannot hear you. Shall we maybe go to the next presentation?
I'll go through both the slides.
Okay, that would be fine. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Babu.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Pamela, I'm taking forward. So, TSDSA, as she mentioned, it's a public-private partnership entity which is working along with Department of Telecommunications and the Telecom Engineering Center in working on standards as well as causing many of the outreach programs in building the standardization necessity as well as relevance. and how the developing countries as well as SMEs and startups can take part actively in the standardization activities. You can look at the kind of what's called partnerships they have built with the different entities and organizations, and how actively they are contributing in partnership with industry. Thank you very much. And next slide, please. So the proposal from TSDSI to the regional director as well as for the member states for their consideration. We appreciate and acknowledge a lot of work is going on from the member states as well as many industry partners, which we have been seeing the last few days, how they want to contribute to build competencies as well as capacity in sharing the innovation-centric projects. And as you know, the Asia-Pacific region is a mix of countries which has got both challenges as well as great potential. And we also acknowledge that under regional initiatives, there's a lot of opportunity to exchange information about innovation and innovation-centric projects. And considering the what's called the synergies, what TSDSI as well as the Department of Telecommunications can bring to ITU as well as the member states, TSDSI proposes to host a webinar series on innovation-centric ICT projects through, of course, ITU Regional Office for the members to present innovation in various projects driven in India and how they can exchange and support in sharing the frameworks and as well as opportunity. And the program would be driven by TSDSA along with all the stakeholders, including government departments, as well as academia and industry. And specific themes and the number of webinars will surely work with regional office, and as well as considering its needs as well as priorities, we can work out and bring for your consideration. And once again, I want to thank Mr. Pa for all the support from the headquarters, as well as all the support from ITU regional office and my colleagues from the department, as well as industry partners for giving this opportunity to share with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks Kishore Babu for stepping in and saving the situation.
Well, I thank you very much for this really, really excellent presentation. I'm discovering the Indian ecosystem in a new light, and I'm a fanatic of ecosystem. I can tell you it was looking really great. And you guys are doing remarkable things. I really picked up on a couple of things, which is this need to really push deep tech into SMEs, which is important, and the kind of things you're doing for that. But also the fact that you're actually pushing standardization. I think in India, the ecosystem is unique that actually the standard, there's so many companies that the standard could work between themselves easily compared to other countries in the South or in the emerging part of the world. And so we have to think about how could this lesson be applied to them. It's not just for the Asia Pacific. I think, Mr. Babu, this is quite relevant to other parts of the world as well. So, and one of the goals for innovation is to also connect this ecosystem, not just regionally, globally. So I would definitely want to have a conversation with your team about this. I think you talked about the how, which is this webinar series that you said you can propose as a beginning, because that's always the start the conversation. So with that, I am going to stop here and just go to our presentation, but we'll come back. I do have a lot of questions still. Thank you very much, Madam Pamela and Mr. Babu. With that, I'd like to call in Mr. Sani for his presentation. And let's see if we can catch up a bit of time. No pressure, Mr. Sani. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Sani Gaddafi. I'm the founder of Net Villages. Next. Next, please. So we receive a lot of benefit using this application, but unfortunately, this application is not targeting people in the bottom of the pyramid, where most of them is in Indonesia is farmers, and also agriculture sector has contributed at least 13% of the total GDP in Indonesia. But there are still 30% of the total, please, too fast. Yeah, but there are still 30% of the total population are farmers with low income earnings. Next, please. So since 2012, we built a lot of, we learned and built a lot of solution for people in the villages. We try to separate into two categories, the community and the commerce. Next. And each of the category, we developed an application to support it. So for example, in the community, not in reality, even though we want to connect with people in the villages, especially for farmers, not all of them have smartphone yet. So we create our data collection and field survey management application where together with the stakeholder and our partner, we collect farmers' data. We monitor their activity through this application, and we get better insight from there. And for the farmer that using smartphone, that already have smartphone, we connect them with our education and communication application. So the information there, we connect farmers to other farmers, to experts from the university, from the ministry, or government extension worker. The content is more on helping them to get better information about good agriculture best practices and many more. But at the end of the day, if you want to help farmers, we need to connect them directly to the market. So on the commerce part, we develop marketplace procurement platform for our B2B model, and the shipping management. So here, what we're trying to do is we want to upgrade farmers to become more involved on the value chain, so they can get better income by participating on the delivering the product. We also see three potential that we still try to research on it, which is the payment and incentive model on the community part. Since we already connect them to the to the market, so we already have a good transaction in our platform. So we want to create the payment and incentive model, partnering with the payment gateway, the existing payment gateway, but modifying a little bit that can be acceptable for the farmers, for the villagers. And the funding solution also to help farmers when they receive big orders from B2B. So they need some capital to prepare their demand. And we want to connect them through this model. And also IoT, that's the future that we want to go with. We're not developing the IoT. We want to be connected with the IoT provider. So the information coming from these devices can help farmers also to improve their activities. Next, please. Yeah, this is some of our example partnering with the government. For the Ministry of Villages, we connect with them, and we connect with with the villagers that receive benefit from doing some activity with the Ministry of Villagers, and we connect them to one of the biggest event, which is Asian Games 2018, where the fruit that produced in that villages is provided for the official in the Asian Games 2018. With the Ministry of Telecommunication, also they providing us, facilitating us on doing the workshop and connected with the other government officials. So it helps us a lot as a small company. It's reducing a lot of costs for us to introduce our platform, our application to the people. Next. Next, please. Yeah, and this is one of an example on our activity with ADB, together with the Ministry of National Development Planning. The goal is to improve rural income, enhance food security, increase the transparency, improve livelihood of irrigated smallholder farmers. The location is in Lombok, Timur, and Garut. In our part internally, we implement the field coordinator, and together with the stakeholder, we meet the government extension worker. This is the field facilitator on the government level, and then we meet with the field facilitator on the farmers level. So these farmers, this field facilitator become our agent of change, we call it. They're the one who introduce our platform, manage, or even collecting data if we need it to get know better on what happened on the ground. And we also connect in this project. We also connect with other government's data. So the information about government that coming from the government can be accepted easily on the farmer side. When we reach the target, is our part as a private company to make this sustainable. So later on, after the project ended, Eight Villages will keep continue the activity by building business on top of it. Like I said before, on the commerce part, where we connect farmers to the market. So that's how we keep the activity sustainable in the future, and also synergy with the other stakeholders later on. Next. And this is how it looked like on the government data that we receive on the partnership. Information about official information about the weather, about the crop calendar coming from the Ministry of Agriculture, market price coming from the Bank of Indonesia. But not only that, not only government data that coming to the farmers, but farmer also can send data to the government. So in the right side, you can see on how farmers can report their problem on the irrigation facility. So the irrigation that infrastructure that maybe something happened on that area, farmers can report it by sending the information and picture, and this information can be received by the official, and the official can make an action of it. Next, please. And this is an example on how we can track the progress of our farmers. So still on the same project, we see Mr. Warsito, when we acquire his information using our data collection platform, we see that he actually have smartphone and he joining our community, and we can see that he's actually through our database and the point system that we have, we see that he's very active inside the community. And when we check out on his produce, we connect him to our commerce platform, and actually he making sales through this platform. And along the way, when we see the potential is actually Mr. Warsito can become our field coordinator. So on our B2B activity, he can manage the supply, connecting with his surrounding, his farmers, neighbors, to prepare the product, and actually big demand and more type of commodities in the future. Next, please. So that's the project on ADB. But not after this, after the project ended, we continue with other stakeholders. So with the same community in Garut that we do, we see that these farmers actually coming from a group of farmers called Epilu, and we want to connect this community to more broader stakeholder coming from other ministry, like in here, Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Agriculture, the local government of Garut, and the Trade Chamber of Indonesia, connected with the BR, the bank, the fertilizer company, seed company, university, and NGOs, also the off-taker, to involve more. In this case, we want to plant, we want to create like a closed loop activity for chili planting, starting from planting up until selling. Everything will be tracked using our platform, and in here the activity will be reported together with all of them, not only on one side on farmers only, but all the stakeholder also can report, and from there we can see the progress, and maybe we get this more to the other area. Next, please. Next, please. I don't know. Oh, okay. So this is the some of the award that we have. The latest one is on the ITU, on how we on one of two of our or two of my partner receive the ideas award. And next, please. Thank you. Sorry for the time. I think it's lagging in my side on the slide.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sani. I think this is a wonderful example of a B2B platform that is so much needed to drive the deep tech at the rural area, the community area. And this really gives you a nice overview of what needs to happen in every community to really drive technology to technological areas. I do note a couple of things you said, which is to say you work with change agent. This is really important with things that seems to be complex for villagers and rural areas. But you also talk about something quite important, which is connect to market. Farmers do not need accounting software. They actually need to be connected to market. And I say this because I've been in one country where, I was asking the government, I say, what are you doing for farmers? I say, well, we gave them an accounting software in local language. I say, why did you do that? What happened? I says, oh, they could not use it. I say, why could they not use it? I say, oh, what are you going to do now? They say, we're going to teach them about ICT skills. And I just say, oh God, I mean, but I really love that going straight to the problem, solving the problem from the beginning to the end for the customer. And I think this is the kind of examples that really jives, and it's very complementary. And this probably could not happen with the action of government on all of the partnership you're building in this ICT ecosystem, which we have to continue doing. With that, you did mention one of the challenges right now you're facing, which was finance, I believe. Was it finance, trying to connect them to finance stakeholders? Was that one of the, or what's the biggest challenge you see right now?
The biggest challenge is whenever we want to do something on the ground with a very fresh community, it requires capital, right? So
got it.
Like 1 year on doing this, but after that, we keep we don't need the capital anymore. The economics wheels already running, so we manage the economics after that.
Okay, so that's not a big challenge then. We have Arns who's gonna tell us how to solve that for us, and that's actually a great segue to him, and then we can come back. Arn, can you tell us how you're gonna help 8 villages?
I think we were already involved, which is very nice to hear. But let me, of course, as Mr. Moneybags, I have a certain role in this panel. But let me share a little bit about our work in ADB and how we look at startups and startup ecosystems. If I can have the slides, I promise to go through them quickly. So I'm going to cover a couple of things. First, generally intro to digital transformation and SMEs, then tech startups and their ecosystems, and finally some of our activities. Next. So our context, of course, is that we are seeing accelerated digital transformation. When looking at a study that was recently completed by Cisco, it actually says that 69% of SMEs accelerating their digitalization in response to COVID-19 in the high-income and middle-income countries of Asia. Now, this fast-paced digitalization is a little bit less feasible and affordable in SMEs that are situated in our low-income economies, where infrastructure and funding gaps are still restricting tech adoption. But still, in terms of what is the priority for SMEs in terms of investment, currently it seems to be cloud, security, and ICT infrastructure upgrades. Now we can look, of course, at SMEs both in terms of them being customers, but also providers of ICT solutions. So just want to make sure we think of both of these aspects in this discussion. In terms of government assistance, surely government can provide productivity grants, help in SMEs upgrading their technology. We can help with skill development, but then it is finally up to the companies themselves to also be agile, pivot, avail of this support, and really invest in upgrading. At the moment, that is a really good moment to invest into digital and to make use of this opportunity that the context provides. I want to say something briefly about informality. If we look at Asia, 70% to 95% of new jobs are in the informal micro and small enterprises. That is massive. And ILO has recently published that nearly half of the global workforce, that's 1.8 billion informal workers, are in immediate danger of losing their livelihoods in the current crisis. We need to think about that. And of course, there is a lot going on already. There are alternative channels for credit that are being opened. I don't need to run through all of them, but we hear about wallets now looking at small credits. We need to think about what are these micro and small enterprises in the informal sector using to access finance and build more in this space. Next. Now, tech startups are important, very important for our digital economies. They attract talent and funding, and they do create a lot of jobs, especially during scaling. And they catalyze innovation locally and help economies transform. All the traditional businesses require the innovation that comes out of SMEs and startups to increase their own productivity and competitiveness. In the COVID-19 crisis, we have seen quite a bit of impact on the startup ecosystems. The fittest companies survive. There is a lot of layoffs, and a global survey has actually found that a typical startup shed about a third of its staff. But at the same time, if you look at the capital availability, and this is speaking about those markets, of course, that already have venture capitalists looking at startups, they're reducing their risk exposure, but they're still investing quite strongly into tech, actually. They're narrowing their investment portfolio. They look at the less risky investments, but it is still buzzing, and I think people with good ideas still have a very good chance. Now, a recent survey in Indonesia found that there's very strong demand in the digital payment, logistics, agriculture, and health sectors, but the big losses in terms of travel in the sectors of travel and tourism, beauty and fashion, and advanced manufacturing. ADB itself started a new initiative this year. It's called ADB Ventures. And our ADB Ventures colleagues actually make investments and also provide technical assistance. We have a labs program that tries to discover the best-in-class tech companies. We have a seed program that provides grant funding for market validation in the developing Asia Pacific. And we have an investment fund that invests into clean tech, agri-tech, fintech, and health tech, supporting scale-ups in South and Southeast Asia with a focus on gender and climate impact. Next. Conducive ecosystem. I'm going to go quickly through this. I assume Mohammed might have something more to say about the digital innovation ecosystem, but we see that it's crucial to have certain success factors ticked off. One is, if you're a government, a public sector stakeholder, you should look at your ecosystem leadership. Is there a dedicated agency or a consortium, a network of people that look at this topic? Is there enough availability of equity funding? Actually, in terms of comparing cost savings, comparing subsidies to equity funding, you can have cost savings of up to 41% over providing subsidies if you provide equity. And then, is there enough ability to grow, retain, or attract talents and skills? This is hugely important for startups. They're always in the innovation forefront, and therefore they need these skills. Finally, market opportunities. If your market is too small for these startups, then they need to be going out. How do you help in that process? How can you provide regional or even global access to markets? In the digital economy itself, we are seeing that the number of ecosystems that are coming on the map of global competitiveness is increasing in Asia Pacific, but many of them are still concentrated in the more developed countries on the continent. Governments that realize the value of fostering entrepreneurship have been active enablers through policies and incentives, as well as early stage funders. Next. This is the reason why we are looking at tech startup ecosystems. We are doing the following. We are doing research and advocacy work, publishing, researching, and also putting together country studies on the topic. We're providing technical assistance through our ADB TA projects, like the one that was just mentioned. We have activities in Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and the Karek region. And I just got heard that there's another one in preparation looking at digital entrepreneurship. We do a lot of knowledge sharing and advisory support to our different departments and externally. And then there is events such as this one that we also organize. Some are used to be face-to-face. Now our currently planned one has been postponed a couple of times and is now planned for 2021. We will see whether and when we will get there. Thanks everyone for listening. I do want to highlight in the very end that our partnership with ITU is fresh and expanding, and we're looking forward to doing much more with you and your stakeholders in the future. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Of course, you and I can have lots of conversation about the digital ecosystem. It's certainly exciting to see you do all those things, including research part and the funding, the ADB venture, I think is quite interesting. I think what we could do more, and I'm just speaking from my own personal heart, is to see that we can do a lot of synergies. For example, when you do studies, because we have frameworks, there's so much that just, I see so many studies going on that is at the end is confusing people. But what's quite interesting is what you say, the ecosystem leadership. Last week we had the Global Innovation Forum, and one of the key topics that came out, well, if you don't have the national vision and ambition, you're not going anywhere. And that's it. This is where the assessment starts in terms of driving an ecosystem. The other interesting thing that I pick up from your presentation, which a lot of people don't talk about, is the informal sector. Everything is the informal sector in most places. How do we bring this informal sector? It's companies certainly like 8 villages and hundreds of 8 villages. Now, on your presentation, what I see is that I think there is a need for the early stage, the intervention of ADB. Do you do anything in the very early stage? Because if you have ADB venture, it seems that it will be picking up already ready investment, right? But there is this gap in the much earlier stage. Maybe that's not the ADB venture, but maybe it's just the government getting money from ADB under some favorable condition to then invest in these grants in the beginning, which I can see lacks. I don't know in the Asia Pacific, but I know certainly in certain part of the Asia Pacific, this may still lack, but in other part of the world, certainly it does. Any big problem you see moving forward in terms of scaling what you do? I know, we're in the early stage of this, but what do you see?
Oh, just a quick comment on this early stage access to funding. I think in our context in the developing member countries, it's often families, friends, and acquaintances that fund. So this is really important to look at that, and how can we help early startups improve the quality of their business plans, business models, and then assist in their success later in the later stages. ADB will only be a drop in the bucket when it comes to funding, and ADB Ventures does do early stage work, but it's limited, and the focus is now on proving the concept. And the way forward, the problem that we need to still surmount inside our own institution is the awareness on this topic, the ability to convince our partners to work with us on this topic, and to really go deeper into ecosystem development. At this point, we are in the early stage of advocating for this topic as being important for digital economy.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll move on to our next speaker. We're a bit out of time, but Mr. Zohair, last but not least, I think the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mohammed. So I don't have a presentation, but what I'll try and do is do a short talk just to set the stage, if you will, for ICT and particularly technology entrepreneurship in Pakistan. Just to set the stage, Pakistan is about 220 million people. 170 million of those have access to a mobile phone, even in the deep rural areas, 3G and 4G coverage. About 84 million of these have a smartphone. So again, people who are at the village level and in the districts, etc., have access to wireless internet. It's pretty ubiquitous now and growing at about 500,000 a month at this stage as we speak. One of the things that this particular landscape has done is to encourage the use of technology in every way, and all the presentations that were excellent ones that we saw today, whether it's in agri-tech, it's e-learning, it's telemedicine, and of course fintech, are all part of this very interesting phenomena that's going on at the moment. About 5 years ago, Team Up, my company, we set up a public-private partnership with the government of Pakistan. The funding is coming from the government through what is called the Ignite Technology Fund. About 15 years ago, the government at that time set up two funds, one the Universal Service Fund, the other one was the ICT R&D Fund, which became the Ignite Technology Fund later on, rebranded as it were. The money that goes into the fund is from the telcos contributing a percentage of their revenue every year to the fund. And those funds are then deployed, A, for the universal service side of things, and the other is towards encouraging technology. And over the last 5 years, it's taken a whole new impetus. And with the setup of the first public-private partnership, the National Incubation Center, now there are 4 more of them, and the government is at the moment talking about bringing out at least another 10 to 15 of these into smaller cities across the country, where the model can be followed. Each one of these is obviously run by the private sector, funded by the government, and they started producing technology, entrepreneurship, which has not been seen in this country before. Encouragingly, what has happened also is that as a result of this, there has been a mushrooming of the activity from the Central Bank of Pakistan, the Federal Board of Revenue, and the Securities Exchange Commission, who we bring on a table every 6 months to discuss what the issues are in terms of collaboration, in terms of support from these organizations, and how that ecosystem can be developed further to bring on and encourage more entrepreneurs to enter the field. Without saying anything different from what I'm sure most of your other countries, that again has taken a huge impetus over the COVID months since about the middle of March onwards. And this year, the growth in e-commerce has been 89% over the previous year. So you can just imagine the amount of people who are suddenly deciding, even the grocery store around the corner there, as we would typically call it in the West, the mom and pop shop, are now beginning to go online, are starting to get websites, are getting payments received on an fintech platform. In the last 6 months, there have been 3 what are called EMI licenses. These are electronic money institutions, basically digital banks, which are now beginning to come to the fore. One of them is actually being supported by the former CTO of Revolut, which I'm sure you've all heard of in the West, which is a big deal at the moment, and so on. So the intention of what I'm trying to say is that, again, over the last couple of years, there's been a huge amount of mushrooming of the entire ecosystem. Again, we are late starters, I'm afraid, in the region even. But the good news is that in the last 2 years, from only 1 venture capital fund focused on Pakistan, we now have 15. And so you can imagine, again, the amount of interest, the amount of redirection of fund capital that is taking place very rapidly. In the last 12 months, the young startups together, about 7 or 8 of them, have raised over $340 million US. And so for Series A rounds, typically. So suddenly, as I said, the ecosystem is beginning to grow, it's beginning to develop, and we're getting huge amounts of support also in terms of inward investment from the Pakistani diaspora, who are looking to this and saying, here's something I can get into, and I can encourage contribution to my country, as it were. So all of those are very positive signs. I often not mentioned, unfortunately, in media, because we tend to focus on the negatives, but all of this to me, and I've been back in the country about 3 years myself, having spent a lot of time abroad, is to me an interesting, very exciting opportunity for new things to happen, and also to collaborate with the ITU, with the Asian Development Bank, and so many others. We already have a fantastic relationship here with the World Bank in the country, to basically encourage the development of the ecosystem. And I'm sure we have a heck of a lot to learn from India and Indonesia and Malaysia and Thailand and so on, who are definitely ahead of the curve, as it were. But just to come back to some particular ones, as Sani Gaddafi also mentioned, wonderful program you're running, by the way, Mr. Gaddafi. But we have in the country today, we have about half a dozen of these young technology entrepreneurs who are now getting into agri-tech. And they're particularly focused on the farmer to market mechanism. So cutting out, as traditionally there are middlemen who take the cream of the earnings, as it were. So that's happening. A lot of these farmers are now also being provided through some of the big mobile companies, platforms where they can, are guided on weather and agricultural reports, soil testing and so on and so forth. And when we started all this a few years ago, the typical reaction was, well, these people can't read or write, so how can they do this? But you'd be so surprised. There's this amazing ability of people to translate stuff from the mobile phone into something tangible for themselves. So that's the agri-tech side. Similarly, because of the obviously spread out population, there's a lot of very private sector universities and schools who are now getting into e-learning programs. A lot of our own startups from the National Incubation Center are now devising e-learning programs so that we can have a standardized a curriculum which can be taught over the kind of the Khan Academy model, if you will. I'm also serving on the Prime Minister's Task Force on IT and Telecom. So there is a huge amount of focus and effort at that level to make sure that any of the roadblocks, if you will, the little twists and turns on the road, are being smoothed away as much as possible to make this happen. I think the government realizes, and certainly the private sector realizes, that this is an amazing opportunity right now to encourage a deeper penetration of technology. And in the kind of sectors, it's not just about, yes, we can talk about robotics and AI and machine learning and all the sexy stuff, as it were. But what the country needs at the moment is exactly these kind of things: the access to technology for the farmer, for the poor person living in a village to have access to education for their children, and have healthcare attention to their children and so on. So I think that's where, at least, although we support a lot of the other initiatives, as I said, in the nicer, more exciting realms of technology, we are particularly focused on these areas because we think that this is a great way to solve a lot of the problems in countries like ours, where there's large populations spread over a lot of geographical area, and I think this is the way to go. I mean, there's a lot to say, but given time factors, I will keep it to that, and hopefully I've piqued some interest and some interest in the ecosystem, which is developing extremely rapidly in the country at the moment. Thank you.
I think somehow Muhammad got disconnected, so I'll take over. Thank you very much, all the panelists. There is a question in the Q&A for Mr. Zuhair Khalik, if you would like to respond. And thank you very much, Mr. Zuhair Khalik. It was really good to hear about the ecosystem development, especially the public-private partnership that you eloquently mentioned, and the fact that you are on the Prime Minister Task Force also shows that there is a great drive towards public-private partnership. So that is really good, heartening to know about all this. So I don't think we have any more time for questions. Unless there is any burning question, we can move on to the next session because we are already over by a few minutes.
Sorry, I'm back. I guess internet is not even great in Geneva, but I just want to pick up quickly, and I really like your case, Mr. Zahur, because you actually demonstrate how one little small action can actually drive an ecosystem development. You talk about this domino effect, which actually many people negliges in many ways, but this is really impactful. And so and also the idea that the diaspora can contribute, that you see all of these other domino effects that's coming in is really important. But also the clear positioning you took to say, well, the private sector will run these incubators. Often what we see is when the public sector run the incubators and the private sector, there is a conflict between them. But anyway, I think we need to wrap up. And maybe I would just want to ask for a 30-second Twitter style final comment from every one of our panelists, starting with Mr. Babu. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Pa. Strengthening, partnership with industry, as well as, mapping competencies industry and giving them market access. and encouraging them and nurturing them the technology progress are important, especially to address development challenges.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Mr. Sani.
I don't. Collaboration is the key. That's it.
Okay, and
Yeah, I will just re-emphasize informal sector and also thinking about those countries that still struggle to even get one ecosystem off the ground. I think the strong ones in the region can lead and help others pick up. There's lots of opportunities for collaboration between countries. Thanks.
okay, and Mr. Zuhair.
So I will leave it with saying digital technology will change the future of the emerging markets.
Excellent. Well, I do want to thank all of our panelists. For me, this was really enriching, and I breathe ecosystem every day, but I learn every day, and I learn a lot from you. Thank you again, and I guess we'll turn it over to Ismail. I guess our next panel is up,
Yes,
and I will definitely connect with all of you offline.
Thank you so much. Just one small comment. There is a question for Mr. Zuhair Khalik in the Q&A that he can answer, and I'll give the screen or
I will just.
Okay, you can answer it in the Q&A. Type it in there. So I'll give the screen or the floor to Sean, who is the moderator, who is the session manager for the next session. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ismail, and welcome everyone, and thank you so much to the previous moderator, Mr. Ba, and also all the other panelists, Ms. Pamela, Arndt, Zuhair, Sani, and also Mr. Kishore Babu. And it's my pleasure to introduce you our next session, which is the session 5, the role of academia in digital development, which will be moderated by our distinguished guest, Dr. Jingbo Huang from UNU Macau. On that note, without further delay, I'd like to hand over the floor to Dr. Jingbo. The session and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's really wonderful to see some familiar faces and also some new faces to participate in this discussion. So this particular session is about the role of academia in digital development, and assume that most of you are interested in this particular topic. And we have a really ambitious expected outcomes, which may not be able to completely solve within this one session. And we plan to continue our work, not only UNU, but also in collaboration with ITU and with all of you. So talking about the expected outcomes, and as you probably have already seen in your in the agenda, that we would like to have some sort of discussion on the priority of research areas that we could engage academia in the digital technology development. And the second potential topic is, or the expected outcome is about collaboration. How can we forge this collaboration between academia and international organizations and governments? So as you can see, these are both huge topics. So we'll see how much we can tackle, but at least we can give you a flavor of the discussion. So the first thing, to start our session, we would like to make it a bit more, well, I was not there for the first session, so I cannot say more, but we would like to make it a participatory and interactive. So the first thing we would like to invite all of our honored guests to do is to answer a couple of poll questions, so we understand where we are coming from. So Sean, if would you please just put up the first question for our honored guests to answer. So the first question is, in which sector do you currently work? So we basically would like to see where are you positioning in the discussion, so to have the results. The result will be shown with the back to you in a second or so. So if you finish responding, then you can just hit the submit.
Wait for 10 more seconds.
Okay. Meanwhile, if you have already completed a short question, I highly encourage you to introduce yourself, your name, where are you coming from, your title in the chat box. So later we can get to know you a little bit more individually, not only as a group. Okay, so the result is out. So we have 37% of the participants coming from UN, international organizations, 15% private sector, government also 15%, and 4% of others. So if you could write down what do you mean by others, then that would be also helpful. Later we'll review it. Okay, thank you. So the second question, Sean, would you please put it up? Yes, so this is a yes/no question. Have you previously engaged in a collaboration between academia and the public policy-making bodies? So basically to see your engagement. If you're on the academia side, so have you worked with the international organizations or governments? If you're on governments or international organization side, have you engaged with the academia? So yes or no. So the reason of this question is because we would like to hear how much engagement is already there in this room, in this virtual room. So maybe later we would like to tap onto everybody's experience. So that would be very enriching in our discussion. Oh, wow, this is really fascinating. I'm happy. So 75% of us have had a previous experience. So later I will be courageously ask your participation and share of experience so to enrich our discussion. So these, for the next 50 minutes or so, we are very honored to have 2 presentations, and also we'll have some guest panelists to participate in this in our discussions. Of course, now that we know that you all 75% of you had experience, so we will also tap into your experience for you to share your success stories or your challenges. So let me first introduce our presenters and the honored panelists. So together with me, first of all, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jingbo Huang. I'm the director of United Nations University's Research Institute in Macau. I intentionally use this virtual background so you can recognize this is our office in Macau. Our institute is doing research at the intersection of digital technologies and sustainable development. And together with me, I have a moderator, Dr. Sash Sinkwich, and he is the head of research of the same institute. Now he's waving to you, so you see we have the same virtual background. So the first presentation will be given by Dr. Yoonjun Kim, and she's the chief of Digital Knowledge Hub Department of ITU. She's also a social scientist, focusing, well, she's very productive, and some of her research focus is evolving digital technologies and their socioeconomic impact. So the second presentation will be given by Professor Luis Barbosa, and he is the deputy head of United Nations University, UNU e-government. So UNU e-gov is also a sister institute of our institute. So he is also a professor of computer science, mathematical modeling. Together with us, we are also very happy to have an honored guest, Professor Ahmed Sharafat. He is the senior advisor to the Minister of Communications and Information Technology in Iran, and he's also a professor of electrical and computing engineering. So these are our honored guests. So we'll start to have the first presentation by Dr. Kim. Over to you, Dr. Kim.
Dr. Huang, delegates and participants, greetings to you all. While you have already started with the partnership on innovation in ICT ecosystem from the previous session, let me focus on partnership for digital knowledge. especially strengthen international partnership focusing on the role of academia. As the President Aquino's said, a strategic partnership can be based on a shared set of values. Thus, I will share various ITU's knowledge platforms and products as potential shared set of values, through or for which we can create and enhance together strategic and innovative partnership in digital ecosystem. Next, please. I think slide, yes. Can you show, and the next slide on agenda, please? Sorry for
apologies, Dr. Kim. It's coming up shortly.
Yes. Oh, with that in mind, while Sean is showing this screen, and then I will focus on 4 main points. First, ICT ecosystem at the digital society. Second, unique ITU membership, including academia, various ITU knowledge platforms and products, and then role of academia at the ITU platforms and the products. First, we all are living in digital society where ICT or digital technology is transforming all the cross sectors, ever more conversed or interdependent. Indeed, our daily life, work, or meeting like this RDF itself is connected or organized by digital platform, especially accelerated, if not forced, by the unprecedented COVID-19. Thus, the development arm of ITU called BDT is now focusing on 10 thematic priorities by encouraging more synergies between or among the themes with the regional initiatives, from capacity development, infrastructure, to policy and regulations with the aim of contributing to SDGs, no one left behind, or our old mantra, bridging digital divide. Next, please. Next, please. Along with the evolution, no, previous one. No, this, yes. Along with the evolution of technologies over 155 years, ITU itself has been evolving and extending its unique membership. It means, unlike the UN and its specialized agencies, its membership is composed of 193 member states, over 700 sector members with the leading industry, as you actually attended this session, and 167 academia and the research institutions as of today. Next, please. Then why our membership, especially academia, should join ITU? Some answers for academia members as individuals or institutions can first share your expertise in various platforms or events. Second, engage in various products and projects. And the third, engage or lead our study groups for their meetings and reports, among many others. How to join? Its details are available at the website on the screen. Next, please. Please let me highlight more specific ITU knowledge platforms and products. One example for the platform can be ITU Academy, one of which includes 29 centers of excellence around the world, where certified training activities are ongoing with our partners. Various ITU publications can be another example for our products, where academia and R&D institutes with your expertise can both contribute to and benefit from. It means 2 ways of interactions to fill the gaps or demands and supply. Next, please. Objectives of ITU Academy include serve as one-stop shop for ITU's capacity development activities, bring a wide range of training activities and the knowledge resources, and provide a gateway to our learning platform, among others, together with, again, various partners. Next, please. ITU Academy is composed of two main management systems. One is content, the other is learning. As for Asia Pacific region itself, we have 6 centers of excellence whose partners are in fact coming from the academia and then R&D institutions. For example, ALTTC in India, CICT in China, IoT Academy, and then UIM in Malaysia and others. The next, please. One of the main ITU products is various publications where academia can engage with us to help create contents. As I mentioned earlier on, our one main mechanism is content together for our members like policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, and other fellow academicians to formulate policies, regulations, business strategies, and applied or even practical lectures in digital society or economy, and then publish the scholarly articles in ITU journal, which was revived upon the demands from academia members. As some are extracted and then illustrated on the screen, we are publishing various reports and books with the support from leading scholars and experts aiming to drive digital development and eventually contribute to SDGs. One of the publications on ICT-centric economic growth, innovation, and job creation is contributed by renowned academia from the world. Next, please. Digital skills insight relating to capacity and the digital skills development is another good example, which puts together and then the scholarly articles written by academia from around the world. Next, please. The key ITU platforms and the products are study groups, ITUD study group meetings, and outputs, which are our statutory mechanism for the membership, of the membership, and by the membership, including academia at ITUD sector. And there are 2 study groups studying for 4 years during the development cycle. These study groups are organized regular meetings every year to study various development questions and then publish annual and then final reports and guidelines for our member states and the stakeholders to transform towards a digital society. More specifically, study group 1 is more or less a policy and regulation, and then 2 is for more technologies and then applications. Next, please. So study group 1 has 7 development questions from broadband, emerging technologies, economic methods, consumer protection to accessibility with their own management, composed of rapporteurs, vice rapporteurs, together with all the members explained earlier. Next, please. Then study group 2 also has 7 questions from smart cities and society, e-health, cybersecurity to e-disaster. I'm sure that Dr. Sharapat, as study group 2 chair, will share his experience. Next, please. Then how academia can play a role at ITUD study groups. As many are already very active, academia can be first active as a part of a management team like Dr. Sharapat, and then second, contributing at its various platforms as speakers, as well as annual and the final reports as authors. Next, and then academia can be experts as trainers in collaborating with the ITU Academy explained earlier, as well as for the field and the global projects. For example, one of our recent innovations was to bridge the study groups and the project, such as financial inclusion of a global initiative called Fiji, which is a unique partnership project between ITU and the World Bank, supported by the Gates Foundation for its implementation in China, Egypt, and Mexico. Then another one is you can co-organizers of your various platforms or events. Most of all, you, academia, can join us for our missions to support and serve the needs of our membership by connecting the unconnected through studying and developing guidelines and or solutions together for sustainable and inclusive digital development, regardless of countries, genders, ages, and even persons with disabilities. Next, please. And can be also the co-organizers of our various platforms and events. Most of all, academia can enjoy and then involve in the solution that I mentioned, that the solution can include, first of all, selection of the most promising solution for building the broadband access networks based on inputs, parameters, and the simulation modeling. Second, determining the location of the dead pines using drones and AI to prevent further damage from the spreading, and the use of HEO satellites for reduce the blockage in rural areas. Next, please. As explained earlier, these 14 study questions are to be completed, their studies at the next study groups in March, and then approved at the forthcoming World Telecommunication at the Development Conference in November 2021. It means that our membership is now looking into new or future study questions, which will be adopted at the WTDC next year. Some potential future questions suggested by the study groups include impact of a pandemic situation, such as COVID-19, emerging technologies, financing and investment, economic aspects and implication of digital transformation, and the consumer trust in new technologies, ICT accessibility for all, and then even the role of ICTs in preventing natural catastrophes in human settlement, among others. What do you think? Will these questions satisfy the needs of a membership, including you and academia, for the next 4 to 5 years? Next, please. Now, the next final slides, please. Now, would you be convinced? I think we did a poll, but let me just try to ask, would you be convinced to join and then shape the digital future together at the ITU study groups and the knowledge platforms at large? I hope these ITU, in other words, your platforms and the products to create the shared set of values for which you and we enhance our strategic partnership at ITU. With this, I would like to welcome you all, especially academia, including UNU, to ITU or your knowledge platform and network with more innovative partnerships. As for your information and the reference, I am very pleased to also share that UNU and then ITU recently signed an agreement on providing expertise and then delivering activities and in relation to regional e-waste monitoring for Arab region. So should you have any questions or clarifications required, I'll be happy to be at your disposal. Thank you so much for your kind attention. So now let me also invite Dr. Sharapat to complete my missing piece of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, and thank you, Dr. Wang. If I may speak now.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you again. I'm joining you also as the chair of ITUD Study Group 2. And I just want to highlight and emphasize that academia is very active in the works of ITUD study groups. As it was stated by Dr. Kim, in the current study cycle from 2017 to 2021, ITUD Study Group 1 is focusing on the enabling environment for the development and for the development of telecommunication ICTs, which means the work is towards developing guidelines and case studies on policy and regulatory aspects. In ITUD Study Group 2, our focus is on ICT services and applications for the promotion of sustainable development, which means that we are concentrating on technical aspects and use cases of new and emerging technologies. Each study group, as mentioned already by Dr. Kim, covers 7 distinct questions. That is a total of 14 questions that are among the very hot topics with immense interest in the academia. For example, ITUD Study Group 1 covers policy and regulatory aspects of broadband deployment, digital broadcasting, other emerging technologies, cost of telecommunication ICT services, telecommunication ICTs for rural and remote areas, consumer information and protection, and finally, telecommunication ICT services for persons with disabilities and persons with specific needs. In ITUD Study Group 2, we cover technical and operational aspects of new and emerging technologies pertaining to small cities and society, e-health, cybersecurity, conformance and interoperability, ICTs for disaster risk reduction and management, ICTs and the environment, and finally, human exposure to electromagnetic fields. Considering the importance and wide coverage of the topics, we encourage and invite all stakeholders, and in particular the academia, to contribute to our work and to participate in our meetings. It is a win-win approach. You will enjoy a much broader audience, and your work will be internationally recognized and readily used in a manner unparalleled to the norm and to what you are used to. And we will also benefit from your insights, from your innovative approaches, and from your curious minds. We look forward to benefiting more from the contributions and participation of academia in ITUD study group, in both ITUD study groups. And I thank you for your attention, and back to Dr. Huang. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharafat, and thank you, Dr. Kim, for sharing with us the ITU platform and the study groups. And it seems to me it's a universe. And you gave opportunities to academia to get engaged in all different kinds of digital technology related projects. So thank you for sharing this success story with us. Now let me move on. Let me invite Dr. Luis Barbosa from UNU eGov to share maybe some concrete examples and stories about how academia has been involving in the policy making in the government or international organizations. So now over to Dr. Barbosa.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. Okay, let me start from saying something from my standpoint. Next, please. I come, as you said, from UNU, which is the unit of the United Nations University devoted to digital governance. We are somehow you are a university, but you are somehow a very peculiar research institution, because you are really focused on building bridges between academic research and public policies. So what I would like to share with you today is a bit of our experience on this concrete collaboration projects. Next, please. I have 2 key messages, if you allow me. They're very simple messages. One is that in the research for sustainable development, academia is certainly part of the equation, but it is not a dual equation, okay? It is just one component of a broader ecosystem. And the second idea is that to establish a long-term research-driven relationship between government, public institutions, and academia requires, from my experience, 3 things. First, synergies and motivation to start with. Then a very concrete agenda, very problem-driven agenda to make it happen. and finally, resilience to endure. And I would like to comment a little bit on these key messages. And to start with, next please. To start with, let me make very clear that from our point of view, academia is really a very important part of the equation. And there are topics in the development agenda that do need this highly specialized and foundational research that academia provides. The example I've chosen is this example of certified algorithms that are equipped of formal automated proofs that they meet some critical specification constraints. And this is really very important. It's a difficult area, a very important area to bring some order to the ICT jungle, to the software jungle, which quite a long time ago has been characterized by this quotation by Gerald Weinberg. If builders built buildings the way programmers wrote programs, the first woodpecker will destroy civilization. So we do need academia for this deep insights and deep results that can change our landscape in which we move. Next, please. But on the other hand, of course, academia is just a component in a broader ecosystem. And I took this example of quantum computing, which is emerging and in which we have also been working, just to highlight that besides research, besides fundamental research, there are other topics, other roles that academia can play in this dialogue. Next, please. And for the case of quantum computing, besides research, academia has all these roles of understanding, building a clear understanding of the potential impacts of the research, to engage society and in exploring and assessing the impacts of research, to build awareness in society at large. And this is particularly critical in this example because the quantum divide, they actually multiply the present inequalities and social dysfunctions, to explain, to contextualize, to enforce an effective open science policies to promoting inclusiveness and to foster the move to quantum, to move to, in general, to new technologies in developing countries and emerging economies. So, yeah, that was the first message. Academia is fundamental, but it is just part of the equation. Now I would like to jump next, please, to some concrete examples from our experience of WNU-GOV in this sort of cooperation. And the first example is very very common to our daily experience. We really engage a lot of colleagues from universities into our policy-oriented research. And this is, I would like to highlight some points. The first one is that we join together not by aggregating around a scientific domain like mathematics or physics, but to focus on a problem area. Okay, digital governance is not a scientific domain; it's a problem area in which different disciplines can contribute. So we do with these colleagues from academia, one thing we do is to reorient it, our doctoral programs to include a multidisciplinary forum in which students from different disciplines can collaborate to address global problems, rather than promoting, for example, a PhD program in digital governance. So we have people from economics, from computer science, from information systems working on that. Another remark that I find very useful, because I have been working in academia for quite a long time, and I think we should always be aware of the different career stages of our people in our team. For example, it's pretty clear that for a young researcher, a guy that has obtained his PhD, say 1 or 2 years ago, the main issue is publications in indexed academic publications. So we have to offer this to him, and somehow to balance the involvement in the practical policy-driven projects, development projects, but also taking care of his academic career. Of course, academia can benefit from this setting by receiving a lot of case studies, a lot of research scenarios that can help to to rephrase the research questions in which they live. Next, please. The second example is different and reports to our attempt to always involve local academia when we do development projects in concrete countries. In that, when we go, we have a reasonable experience in working with working with African governments in the design of national digital government strategies. And always along this process, we try to involve the local universities and local academia, basically to promote local research to higher TRL levels. Of course, this paybacks again because academia gets new data, new case studies, and it is also very important to project the careers and the local research that is done in these universities. One thing we find very useful is to offer these colleagues namely in the countries in which we work, to offer them the possibility of joining an extended network of universities organized exactly around, in our case, around the digital governance questions, so that they can put themselves in a broader context and share their concrete research, their concrete case studies into this extended network of universities. Next, please. The final example is a program we run at Guimarães in our premises, which we call the Governmental Fellowship Program, which works in the other way around. So we invite people, colleagues from public institutions and from governments, to come to stay with us for a period of months, 3 months, 6 months, to collaborate around very concrete projects in a research-driven way. Okay, so they're not academic. They basically come from the concrete arena, and they involve. They bring the problems and they involved in training and in researching with us. And our aim is not only to transfer knowledge bidirectionally, of course, but also to train people in researching skills, because we believe that research is something that is done not only in academia, but in a lot of more instances of society. Next, please. To conclude, we, in our opinion, from our practice, we think that the real aim is to build long-term relationships between these several stakeholders, and that this requires effort by all parties to accommodate each other. And I would enumerate some key factors in this collaboration. First, mutual benefit. We have to feel this, both from the academia side and the governmental side, that there is a real mutual benefit in collaborating. Then trust. We should create a common language. We should create. We should create a common understanding, and that's the third point, that somehow helps to build trust between partners. Then access and agility. We should be able to provide quick access, agile access to all documents, to all instruments for research, and of course to agree on ways and policies for disseminating our results and for disseminating and for assessing the impact of our research, joint research. Then, of course, incentives, and this connects again to what I said about colleagues in the first stages of academic career. We cannot involve, in my opinion, you cannot involve an assistant professor in a development project without being able to build the real context for him to progress in his academic career. And finally, mission critically, we found out that the development issues, I can maybe phrase it in a different way. If we Okay, no problem. The most critical, the most interesting, the most engaging is the mission in which we are collaborating. The more effective this collaboration becomes. So finally, next slide. I'm not sure what can be achieved through this collaboration. I really believe in it, but as you all know, there's a quotation from Alice in Wonderland when Alice asked, please tell me which way I ought to go from here. And the real answer is that depends a great deal on where you want to get to. And so this is something that I think should be clear when concretely we approach collaboration projects. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I like the final quote. And so we already have the perspective from Dr. Kim from International Organizations perspective with this wonderful platform. We also have the academic perspective from Dr. Barbosa. Why is it important for academia to be part of the collaboration with the international organizations and governments in policy making and other work? So here, it sounds like it's a natural connection between these two parties, but how come things are still not happening as what we expected? So now for the next remarks, we would like to invite Dr. Serge Stinkwich to first briefly introduce the Institute of UNU Macau and our research, and also on behalf of our colleague from UNU Merit, and to summarize her presentation. She was supposed to be here, but she couldn't. So summarize her presentation in terms of what are the gaps in this collaboration, in the way of this collaboration. So now over to Dr. Stinkwich.
Thank you, Dr. Wang, for giving me the floor. So I'm Serge Stinkwich, I'm a computer scientist, and I'm the head of research at UNU Macau. And before joining UNU, because I'm quite new at UNU, I arrived in March 2020, I spent a lot of time in developing countries. So I was 4 years in Vietnam and 2.5 years in Cameroon, working with local universities. So I will briefly mention a little bit what we are doing at UNU Macau from the research perspective. And at the end, I will talk a little bit also about the message from the Dr. Mindel van der Laar, the colleagues from UNU Merit that couldn't join us today. She's sick, and I was in contact with her by email, so I will try to summarize her main message at the end. So about UNU and UNU Macau, so we already have a presentation of Luis Barbosa, Dr. Luis Barbosa. So I will complement, in fact, because we are sharing a lot of common issues. We're together because we are a sister institute, in fact. So we are part of the UNU, so United Nations Universities. I don't know if you know about that, that UN agencies. So we are something like 14 research institutes around the world working on different topics. And we are at the same time a global think tank headquartered in Japan to support policy relevant research. And we are also the bridge between the UN system and the academic world. And we are also doing capacity building in developing countries. So UNU Macau is located in China and the spatial array region Macau. And we are research institute focusing only at the intersection of information and communication technology and international development, developing countries. So just to summarize briefly what we are doing, we have 4 main research activities. We have a small group of researchers. It's a multidisciplinary team, so we are not only computer scientists, but also working with social science and humanities. And I think this is something really important when you want to target the SDGs, for example. So these 4 research activities are about migrant technology. So we are empowering migrant workers with digital technologies. And we are also working on how to advance research for gender equality in the digital age. So in order to engage more women in digital technology. Another topics of interest for us is data, how to engage more citizens with data, especially in context of sustainable development goals, and cyber resilience, also cyber resilience and cyber security. And we are working them, and this is a good illustration of the role of UNU. We are working with the social civil society and decision makers. So we are connecting, in fact, the academic world and the civil society in this context. So how to help civil society to analyze and prepare against, for example, cyber threats. And finally, we are working on artificial intelligence, so the benefits, the positive and negative impact of artificial intelligence. So how to have a more responsible and sustainable artificial intelligence in the long term. And in order to do that, we try to have a kind of participatory approach. So the idea is to engage citizens and decision makers in the design of algorithmic governance. So not having something that is a purely technical decision from people who are aware and about this kind of technologies, but also engage other people who will be involved and will be also will be the users of this technology to be more aware and to be able to design with the people, with the technical people together. Okay, so these are briefly what we are doing in UNU Macau, and so Mindel, Dr. Mindel van Lam sent me a message. So maybe I will briefly summarize the contents of our message. That she was talking about the cooperation, and that cooperation is nice, but as you know, this is difficult to set the kind of cooperation between academia and international organization because of lack of time and funding, and also because from the academic perspective, we have a lot of I say we because we are also university, and I was before joining UNU, I was associate professor in France, so I know a lot about the academic issues, and so there are lots of duties from the academic perspective, so like research activities and teaching. So it's sometimes difficult to set up new cooperation projects between academics, universities, and international organizations. On the other side, UNU, so the UN University, as compared to normal universities, we have more social relevance, and we are kind of convener between, can be a kind of convener between the decision makers and the civil society and the academic world. So I think this is maybe the role that we should play here. And she says that we can make a great partner to consider cooperation. And maybe some of the possibilities to do that are, for example, so she mentioned something like use data, for example, more data. So it could be a way to enhance the cooperation between the two sides, and allow academic publication beyond ITU outlets, and having long-term commitments for fundings. So this is some of the ideas that she mentioned in her email. So maybe I think this could be a great opportunity to start the discussion session that will come after me. So I will give the floor back to Dr. Huang to launch the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinkwich. Okay, now since we have a room full of resourceful people, let's have the discussion with all of us, not only the panelists. And Sean, would it be possible for our participants to unmute themselves and speak?
Yes, so participants, if I could request, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. It's available on the participant button. You will see the 3 dots, and you can raise your hand and we will give you permission to speak. Over to you, Jingbo.
Thank you. So the question is quite broad. I just want to use this question as a prompt rather than a definite specific question. So you had previously engaged in activities between, as a collaboration between academia and international organization or government. So what was your lessons learned? What were some of the success stories? What worked for you? What were some gaps? So just to like to hear from our broad audience about your experience. Please feel free to raise your hand. While you're getting ready for your participation or remarks, and I would like to introduce another honored guest, Dr. Jared Goggin, a professor of communication studies from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. So I would like to invite Dr. Goggin to maybe speak if you're here. I can't see whether he appears in the panel list.
Dr. Jingbo, I think Dr. Gurgen is not in the session at the moment.
Oh, okay, okay. If not, then we can go back to our original question of discussion. And, or if you have questions for our panelists, feel free to ask. We have 10 more minutes, the precious 10 more minutes, and please feel free to engage and interact. I think we have one hand raised. Oh, Dr. Kim.
Yes, to break the ice. So maybe I can just start with some kind of answer. In terms of success for now at the ITU setting, you know, I just mentioned about our experience of our academic involvement in the study groups and ITU Academy and the various publications, where academia from around the world can just join us to collaborate, study together, research together with their intelligence and experience. But we also have like a field project. I just mentioned about some project. So here, I think some concrete example of success was an academic member actually joined some field project, which means not only just a laboratory project, but the field project with other multi-stakeholders, NGOs, and others, which was actually done together with actually ITU and UNESCO at a certain time back in India. So I want to revive this kind of a good collaboration in the field itself, but the still gap can be not many actually academias, especially not only actually members, ITM academic member. I just mentioned we have 167 academic members for now, but also the huge network, this academia, they are not aware of actually ITU and then the role of ITU, product of ITU, mechanisms of ITU. So I hope this session, I appreciate all this, the team in Asia Pacific of ITU, actually to raise and advocate of what you're just doing, what you can do together so that you can actually join us to work together to transforming our society towards this, the world together. So I think, I hope this can actually send a message to everybody to join us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim.
Yes, I also more or less wanted to have a similar opinion that it's the first time I'm hearing about ITU and academia.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a lot that we can harness together, especially with the academia. And it will be for proper imperative if you could step up and build a case, a stronger case for partnership with the wider community of academia across the world. They really stand to benefit immensely from this arrangement. submit.
Thank you very much. If I just can add one more element. So ITU also organizing academic network events. And we did like a couple of years ago, and then we are supposed to have this academic network kind of a conference in China next year if everything goes well. So by the time, I think we will try to also actually share that information, but I'm really looking forward for you to actually join us in the various actually products and the platform that I shared with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tindy, right? Would you mind just briefly introduce yourself so we all know who you are, where you're from?
Well, my name is Tindy and I work with the University of Technology in Papua New Guinea.
Mm.
I'm a director of Teaching Learning Methods Unit, and I also coordinate a Digital Transformation Center initiative in Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. Thank you, Tindy.
Yeah, if I can just add on to this, the colleagues from Papua New Guinea, I really appreciate. I think under the umbrella of ITU Academy, we also have another elements, the newly launched, that is the Digital Transformation Center. And we have 10 centers, including Papua New Guinea. And then that is actually a little bit away from academic circle, but that is more hands-on, as you discussed in the previous session about innovation ecosystem. So that is trying to have some kind of incubators and then accelerators and innovation. But for that, even though it's not actually research component, we really need academicians, your expertise in the DTC and including the Papua New Guinea, so that we can actually share this kind of brain and expertise from academia, incubators, industry, and government together. This is what we call in the multi-stakeholders partnership. That is exactly what the SDGs and 17 actually encourage us to complement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Any other interventions from our attendees or panelists? If you don't have success stories, you can also share failure stories, because we can all learn from different kinds of stories, right? Yes, please, Luis.
Yeah, no, I was just like to hear that maybe all of us will benefit from somehow having a record of experience, a record of real case studies, real practices around cooperation between academia and the society at large. And maybe I completely agree with what Serge was saying, that when you can act as a convener of this kind of cooperation, maybe this could be also a role for ONU, or for this cooperation between ONU and ITU, of building some sort of repository of good practices and experience in cooperation.
Thank you. We have one question, actually from Atsuko. There are practical challenges member countries and partners face in promoting digital connectivity. How can we translate them into research questions, and what could be a good platform and framework? Who would like to shed some light on this discussion? It could be attendees or panelists.
Perhaps we can invite Dr. Sharafat for, do we have him?
Yes.
Yeah, for the future questions.
Can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Yes, as it was mentioned earlier, we are in the process of defining future questions for this next study cycle starting from 2021. And so this is the time to engage with ITUD study groups in order to provide them with your input as to what you think are good study questions, relevant to a wider audience worldwide, and also of academic value. We think that the existing questions are very relevant, but for the next study cycle, we have to amend and we have to modify. And your input as academia members is welcomed and also is appreciated. This is something that we need to have. And I'd like to, as I said earlier, invite you to take part in our future meetings. Study group meetings in ITUD are scheduled to start in March 2021. And so you can contribute and you can send in your proposals for future study questions, and these contributions would be taken into account in defining what the future topics would be for both study groups. I stand ready to provide any additional clarification that may be needed. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharafat. So we are approaching to the last minute of this session, and would the panelists like to say a word to complete the session? So I would like to invite Dr. Kim first.
Thank you so much. In fact, you know, you started with the poll. So actually, I wanted to know, I think after this 1 hour session, whether we have convinced actually our participants to agree and join actually, you know, this collaboration. So I would like to suggest you to have some kind of a poll, the closing poll. So whether we actually really completed our missions today in these sessions. But meanwhile, I would like to actually, you know, encourage and then every actually academic members to join us in our networks to enrich. I think it's not actually ITU's platform, it's your platform to join us together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. And I would like to invite the participants to let Sean or the organizer know, just to show interest, not specifically to go into the details, but show interest that you would like to be part of the network. So Dr. Sharafat, any last words before we close the session?
Yes, one last word before closing the session. I just want to emphasize that joining ITU as an academia member is not that difficult. It is very easy. The cost is minimal. And in many cases, the governments, the administrations, the ministries of ICTs have paid for different universities in their respective countries to become academia member of the ITU. So I think this is a good vehicle to use in joining ITU activities. In joining ITU activities, you would be having access to all ITU's documents and standards and meetings and everything else. So this is a good opportunity to join, and I stand ready to provide any additional information that you may need outside the meeting. I know that you are running out of time, and I think I better stop here. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you. So Dr. Barbosa?
Yes, when talking about cooperation, it often comes to my mind an old film by Woody Allen, in which a guy says, oh yes, the answer is yes, but would you mind please to repeat the question? So I think to have the right question is the real issue, and how to frame problems into research questions in which academia can cooperate, academia can collaborate is the real challenge for all of us in academia and outside. So I hope this somehow fosters this interest and this synergy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really like your quotes. So Dr. Stinkwich?
Not that much from my side, but yeah, coming from the academic world before joining UNU, I can see both sides. So I agree with Luis that yeah, this is sometimes difficult to understand the international organization needs sometimes, and people in in the UN, for example, they are maybe not the background of the people from the academic world. So yeah, so if you are interested to work with UNU, I just put on the chat the link to the UNU Macau and EGOT, so you can contact us very easily and we can try to see how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, Atsuko.
Sure, thank you. I just want to thank Jimbo to be a wonderful, wonderful collaborator and partner. And UNU to us is a real asset. We are so fortunate to have UNU universities with us. And as we began, talking about the real challenge on the ground and how we can collaborate and partner with you and all the academia members to find a solution and to channel perhaps in a systematical way is really our next emerging challenge for us. So I look forward to working with all of you to find a platform perhaps and the partnership to make sure that we can really channel the resources, the answers with the questions. And as Luis said, I like your quotes, so please keep producing those quotes for all of us. We will definitely use them and see how best we can really promote this evidence-based policy making in Asia and the Pacific. So I look forward to working with all of you, and thank you for coming to this session today. So back to you, Jimbo.
Thank you, Asuko. Thank you, dear colleagues. And I hope you all have a good continuation of the Regional Development Forum. And meanwhile, stay safe and well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much,
Bye-bye.
Dr.
Thank you.
Jimbo, and also all panelists. Again, Dr. Jimbo, for your excellent moderation and also engaging one as well. So on that note, we would like to move on to our next session, which is session 6 on developing ICT capacity in the Asia and the Pacific. We are blessed and honored to be to have this session moderated by the co-founder of IoT Academy, Dr. Farzad Ibrahimi. IoT Academy is also one of the Center of Excellence of ITU. On that note, I would like to hand over the floor to Dr. Farzad Ibrahimi to moderate the next session. Dr. Farzad, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sim. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ITU Regional Development Forum, session number 6, Developing ICT Capacity in Asia and the Pacific. This is Farzad Ibrahimi, moderator of this panel. The objectives of the session are to explore key focus areas of digital skills to support digital transformation during and post-pandemic era, successful and developing trends in capacity development approaches during global pandemic crisis. For this panel, we have 4 valuable speakers. Each of them will present 5 to 7 minutes. You can ask your question in Zoom chat session. The panelists reply you there. Last but not least, we have 10 minutes for discussion. You can talk and share your experience or ask your question. Well, let's get started. Digitalization and digital transformation are very important for developing ICT capacity. How is digitalization affecting the nature of work and skills? Implication of COVID-19 and e-commerce, especially from perspective of developing countries, and what does the partners to help ensure more inclusive outcomes of digital transformation. For this purpose, first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Shamika Suimane, Director of Division and Technology and Logistics, ANSTAT, to present. Welcome, Dr. Shamika.
Dr. Shamika, you need to unmute.
Can you unmute?
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you, Dr. Farsad, and a big welcome to all of you who are joining this session. Let me focus my presentation on 3 issues. As you said, how is digitalization affecting us? But I will look at the nature of work because this is the big elephant in the room. And then, as you said, the implication of COVID-19 from the perspective of developing countries. And then lastly, I will also talk about what kind of partnerships that are needed for a more inclusive digital transformation. That's the message for international organizations like us and the civil society organizations, the academia who are working on these big questions. So how is digitalization affecting the nature of work? As you know, the digital economy is evolving very fast and it has disruptive effects on jobs and skills. I think this is Tindi will pick this up. And these are both positive and negative. From our research at UNCTAD, and for those who don't know UNCTAD is the United Nations focal point on trade and development and technology finance. So let me present to you 4 emerging trends. First, digitalization will lead to new types of jobs. I think this we all know. And especially the demand is expected to grow in areas such as data science, analysis, apps development, networking, and AI, as well as designing and production of these technologies. And the other area where new jobs are expected is in the production of new infrastructure, ICT products, and complex software. So it's all in the realm of digital. Second, digitalization will make some jobs obsolete, where smart machines will take over functions currently performed by people. And third, the nature of work will be affected. Digitalization allows for the automation of some tasks or activities, but not others. And it may enhance the digital dimension in remaining jobs. The most likely to be automated are the routine tasks, I think we all know that follow explicit and codifiable procedures. And then, of course, the use of digital devices across all tasks will become the norm. I think this is already happening as car mechanics routinely run diagnostics on laptops, the truck drivers use GPS devices, and we all use all sorts of GPS devices and so forth. And the last one, but this is an important one, and I think the digitalization will also change the conditions of work. For example, increased use of online labor platforms is transforming labor markets by favoring certain types of contracts, freelance and contract work versus regular employment. This may have repercussions. There could be precarious types of contracts people that will end up with. So just want to let you know the overall effect remains uncertain, but we know for certain is that all sectors will experience changes from digitalization, and the implications will vary considerably among countries depending on how ready the countries are and what is the level of digitalization already in the economy. But whatever the rate of change or ultimate outcome of this process, the workers of tomorrow may have to be working with the machines rather than against them. So this means finding ways in which their skills complement the tasks that machines can carry out. So you will hear more on skills building later on. So this is my first message, the skills for the future. We need to work on this now. Now, let me get to the implications of COVID-19, and that also has an important implications for organizations like ITU and also us. You all know COVID-19 pandemic has fast forwarded all these effects that I'm talking about in a way, because digitalization has allowed us to telemedicine, telework, do online education, online shopping, and more. Basically, life continues on the internet. But this digital shift has also exposed big problems. Let's not forget that still about half the world is not using the internet, and these are ITU's numbers. And in many countries in the region, in Asia Pacific, where a growing share of the population is going online, the quality of the connectivity is poor. Or when you do have access to broadband in low-income countries, we find that this is often quite expensive. I guess, Duncan, you will pick up some of these ideas later on. So then this brings me to the last point, partnerships to bring more inclusive outcomes. You see, these readiness issues that we see today present very big development challenges. So it's extremely important to have better international cooperation and smarter partnerships so that we make effective use of limited resources to avoid duplication and enable the scaling up of efforts. And that's what we would like to see. I think there are a lot of pilots out there, but the scaling up is where we need a lot more effort now. So here I would like to put to you that we at UNCTAD has launched an E-Trade for All initiative, which has now 32 partner organizations, including ITU. And the whole idea is to create a clearinghouse for countries who need services to get ready for e-commerce and digital economy to come into one place and seek information and services. And all of us are dedicated to making it easier for developing countries to access assistance from international organizations. Now, with our partners, we also have done E-Trade readiness assessments in 12 LDCs in the Asia Pacific region. And these are diagnostic studies to see how ready countries are to engage in e-commerce. And it is, as you know very well, the connectivity is a big problem, but it is not just connectivity. You need a lot more than connectivity. You need payment system, you need regulations, you need logistics, you need skills, the finance, giving a leg up for the SMEs to engage in E-Trade. So this is what we do. We do a diagnostic study. And here I want to put to the governments who are listening to us, the success pretty much depends on having a whole of government approach to digital transformation and with the participation of all stakeholders, both public and private. And this we have seen again and again. You cannot have a silo approach if you want to have digital transformation in your economies. So my takeaway is the COVID-19 is making digital cooperation even more urgent, both to build future resilience and to achieve inclusive development. And it shows the need for us to address different policy challenges simultaneously, often in very different domestic contexts, and to do so in a coordinated and a participatory manner. And that's the recipe for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shamika, for your valuable presentation. Internet infrastructure plays a key role for developing ICT in Asia and the Pacific. Internet needs well-trained professionals to keep it stable, secure, reliable, and efficient. So for the next talk, I'd like to invite Mr. Duncan McIntosh, Executive Director of APNIC Foundation, to deliver his speech. Welcome, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Dr. Farzad, and thank you, Shamika, for that very useful introduction and context providing for what I'm going to talk about now. But let me also give a very warm congratulations to the ITU team in Bangkok, at Atsuko-san, Samir, Ashish. Great to see you all virtually, and congratulations on putting this very challenging program together so well. As Dr. Farzad mentioned, APNIC, the Internet Numbers Registry for the Asia Pacific region, is very focused on supporting the technical infrastructure through the membership of APNIC, that is all the network operators and ISPs of the Asia Pacific region. We really emphasize the role of the technical community and the need to build capacity of not just the infrastructure, but of the community itself to support the type of initiatives that you've just heard from Shamika, particularly e-trade. If countries in the Asia Pacific are going to participate in these type of e-trade initiatives, they've not only got to have effective and efficient internet infrastructure, they've got to have a workforce, a technical workforce that can maintain and operate that infrastructure. And let me now pause for a minute and give an example of infrastructure, because many people we talk to go, well, what do you mean by infrastructure? Because we could mean mobile cell towers, we could mean traditionally bridges and highways. But for APNIC, infrastructure is really around the movement of information on the internet. And the best example of that is routing, a very technical subject, not familiar to many people outside the technical community, but routing is, and the routing that the internet does is absolutely fundamental to the security and efficiency of the internet. So I have a short video I'd like to play now that introduces the concept of routing so people can really understand in more detail what we're talking about. So Sean, please go ahead with the video. Thank you.
We use the internet for business every day to communicate with customers and colleagues, research, do banking and marketing, monitor logistics, coordinate projects, and everything else in between. For all the help that the internet offers, have you ever stopped and wondered how it all works? In its simplest form, the internet is made up of millions of computers all over the world. They're connected to each other by cable, fibre, or wireless links. Our search queries, messages, documents, and bank transactions travel in the form of packets along this network of links and computers from where they're hosted to where they're being requested. As more devices connect to the internet, this network of links grows, which makes navigating from point A to point B a lot more complicated than a single direct link. Luckily, we have clever devices called routers, which help direct packets. A router finds paths and directions to all potential destinations. It does this by communicating and exchanging network information with its neighbour routers. This learning process, also called routing, can be either static or dynamic, and is based on an agreed set of rules called routing protocols, so that every router is speaking the same language. These paths and directions are stored in a database, which helps speed up the process of finding them. IP addresses play an important part in this whole process too. They help identify the location or address of each destination and router connected to the network. So how does a photo you attach to an email find its way to your customer in Cambodia? First, your device will turn the information from this email, including the document, into a packet of ones and zeros. If the packet is too big, as can be the case with presentations, photos, videos and music, it is broken up and sent as smaller packets, with details of the IP addresses of where it came from and where it's going, as well as instructions of how it all fits together at its final destination. When a router receives an incoming packet, it searches its database for the destination address, as well as the potential routes to get to it. Its neighbour router performs the same process until the packet reaches the destination. Incredibly, this whole process of sending an email and receiving the packets usually takes less than a second. This is thanks to the standards developed and agreed to by the community of engineers who maintain and monitor the networks that make up the internet. Without these standards, the internet will be full of non-compatible protocols and processes and not nearly as efficient as it is. If you'd like to learn more about routing, including how to make it more robust and secure, join the APNIC Academy Introduction to Routing course for free.
Thank you, Sean. Excuse that free plug for the Academy at the end there. But I think you can see from that video how both complex, but also how important a subject like routing is to the effective operation of the internet. And that's, for us, the real heart of building technical capacity in the Asia Pacific, again, to support in really important initiatives such as UNCTAD's e-trade initiative. But it's not just the challenge of building capacity around routing. we can see a whole lot of technical challenges, which I'd like to run through very briefly in the last few minutes of my remarks for this discussion. First of all, of course, is the technical challenge of providing security and stability, particularly against things such as denial of service attacks, DOS attacks. I think we're all familiar with these very challenging security environments which the internet lives in. Of course, there's the transition to new technologies. Everybody knows we're moving to 5G, but for APNIC's point of view, we're also moving everyone to a new version of the internet protocol, IPv6. And there's a constant transition to new technologies and best practice around these new technologies. You've then, of course, in that process, got to help network operators manage, from a technical point of view, the efficiency and cost of introducing these new technologies. And then, very importantly for each country as it develops the internet, is the localization of its networks. As you saw with routing, if a route is not well designed, you can have traffic going from Bangkok to Chiang Mai via New York because the routes and the engineers don't have the technical capacity. What we want to see for the efficient and secure use of the internet in the region is a route when an email goes from one recipient in Bangkok to another recipient in Bangkok, it transitions in Bangkok. For this, we need internet exchange points, essentially exchange points for local traffic that stay within the country or the region that they operate. And finally, we look at the need for more information. And we hope that through discussions like this and even the preceding discussions and partnerships with universities, we can really encourage more research into the technical challenges facing the internet from a technical infrastructure point of view. Without that type of research going on in universities, such as my colleague Tindi, I think we'll talk about a little bit shortly, we feel we won't have the knowledge to identify the technical challenges that we see, and we won't have the curriculum that we need to train people on routing. So thank you again for this opportunity. I hope and look forward to any questions that everyone might have about building technical capacity in the Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond, for your very useful presentation. What are the roles and opportunities of community champions in promoting digital skills? For answering these important questions, please welcome our third panelist, Dr. Tindi Sejenoro, Director of Teaching Learning Methods Unit, TGA, UOT, to present. Welcome, Dr. Tindi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faz. I'll have Sean raise my PowerPoint. But well, I'm coming from a digital transformation center perspective. Of course, I'll be talking about roles and opportunities of community champions in promoting digital skills. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, just a quick wrap up. We are going to talk about, so who are the community digital champions? It's very important that we appreciate that these are the people who at the community level really help people to transition into digital capabilities, to gain confidence and break those barriers that make them not get digitally active. And we do not need so very much for digital champions. You just need to have basic understanding of how to use digital tasks, and of course a willingness and patience to help people learn in the workplace. I should mention here that these people are committed to tackling this digital exclusion. These digital champions are committed to tackling digital exclusion within the society. We work closely with community groups that extend across private, public, and third sector organizations to try and promote digital inclusion. Next, please. It's important that we understand the roles that community digital champions do. Of course, they help people gain basic digital skills and enhance digital literacy, but especially among the underserved, those at the bottom of the social pyramid. We also try so very much to help people at the intermediate level, give them digital skills that provides them with the ability and capabilities to improve their workplace efficiency. And of course, this ultimately boils down to their employability opportunities. But we also do train the trainer programs on digital skills that ensures that people are very self-sufficient and self-sustainable in sustaining these subsequent training programs in the underserved communities, especially. Next, please. It's also worth noting here at this stage that I need to mention what we do with end communities, with the end users deep in the underserved communities. Of course, in DTC PNG, we have had a few interventions. The first one being a training that we did with the Cisco in partnership with Cisco and Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. Now we did a TOT, get connected, for training of trainers to about 23 people who were picked from across the country. These were distance learning coordinators, distance learning educational coordinators spread across the country. So we onboarded them on training of trainer program with the RMIT and the Cisco Australia, and we built capabilities with them so that as we speak right now, they have been scaling these opportunities in the different corners of the countries where they find themselves. Next. We have also done another international intervention, and this is what we did with APCICT. We packaged a training that is called Leveraging ICT for Women in Entrepreneurship. It just ended yesterday. In this opportunity, we were able to enroll 56 women entrepreneurs from beginning. And we trained them. The training basically sought to increase, understand, and appreciate the enabling role of digital technologies, and as well as the gaps and barriers that constrain women from using ICTs in their businesses. It was a very well conducted training, and we just finished it yesterday, and the results are amazing. Most of the women we managed, and to make it more interesting, we did it virtually. So that the first case was to build capability on using interactive technologies like Zoom. We did it through Zoom. And now we have also been able to do some national interventions. For example, we have been able to partner with Grow PNG and other local agricultural farm entrepreneurs in the country to organize training for farmers so that they're able to use digital at entry level, digital skills like maybe to market their products, to access the market, to access to build their clientele base, and maybe benchmark with other players in their market space. We have also been able to organize training for teachers with this tablet and the technology-mediated teaching, courtesy of COVID-19. A lot of lecturers, university staff, and secondary school teachers, where we gave them, we oriented them in using learning management systems, using Zoom apps, using Microsoft Teams, and other face-to-face, other online interactive technologies. But we have also organized at community level now, we have organized a week-long training, a week-long youth summit in the first week of December 2020 to help orientate the youth into digital awareness, digital citizenship, digital footprint, so that they're able to intelligently engage with technology. Next, please. We have also been able, just continue. Continue, next. Now I should also talk to you about the lessons that we have learned while running these DTC activities. Well, the first bottom line is it is very important for the digital champions to understand the roles and the boundaries when they are conducting the activities, so that they avoid the role creep, where they go beyond the roles that they're supposed to give. But also, another lesson that is we have learned is that partners need to really commit resources, both human, material, and financial, to ensure that success of this digital championship at community level. They are at times resource intensive, but we really need to appreciate the partners committing resources. Again, with the COVID-19 restrictions, one great challenge we came by is the fact that some entry-level digital skills cannot be given virtually. And yet we were compelled to play at that space. You'd need to show someone how to hold a mouse, how to type a key on a keyboard, and how to, but because of social distancing protocols, we were not able to do this. And so somehow we were not able to scale our activities, scale up as we had thought we would. Again, we have also noted that coordinating these digital transmission activities is more sustainable when the responsibility is embedded. This is a scenario where these digital champions work for organizations in a specific role, like I do here, but often, when they have capacity, they will show a person how to use digital technology or where they can find further help. This is a scenario that makes it sustainable because your role is embedded in another maybe paid up responsibility, so that it's not so much of a charity. But also to conclude, I should also mention that besides lack of access to cheap, reliable internet, some communities that we work with have no access to basic ICT gadgets, such as cell phone. And so, that really is a huge hurdle. Next. As I conclude, these opportunities that we have for partnerships, local and international partners should really come together in highlighting the value of digital skills to their local area, both for people and organizations. It's also very critical that we make sure that the right support is in place and it's easy to find, access with the right information, advice, and signposting. Again, actually, we are calling on partners who are here and all of us to reach out to those people who are excluded from the digital world. For us at DTC PNG, we would really appreciate a joint venture that can allow us to deliver capacity building opportunities, such as the one we have just had with the APC-ICT and the one we had with the Cisco Australia. Of course, we would really appreciate support, both material and in kind, that will help us realize our strategic aspirations. Next, please. As I conclude, I should say that the use of digital technology in the workplace is really raging through. It's increasing at a very faster pace. It's important that everyone understands and is able to access and utilize digital technology. So as we seek to realize sustainable development goals, it's very, very, very important that partner states are able to develop, adopt, and operationalize essential digital skills framework, which defines the digital skills that everyone needs to safely benefit from, participate in, and contribute to the digital world. Of course, we can't wait any longer because a digitally inclusive world awaits us out there. One more, next. Next, and there goes our key thought. Our key thought, go back to the thought, please. That digital championship is more than a boardroom thing. It is everyone's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tindi, for your valuable presentation. If you have questions related to panelists' presentation, you can ask your question in the Zoom chat section. The panelists reply you there. Last but not least, I would take this moment to ask Ms. Marcella Oshii, Manager of Asia Pacific Japan Corporate Affairs Cisco System, to make her speech for us. Welcome, Ms. Marcella.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farzad, and thank you very much, everyone, for the kind invitation to have me here today. It was interesting just hearing you talk, and thank you very much for the call out at Cisco and the wonderful partnership that we have in ITU in Australia. And I suppose it's that I just want to give you all a little bit of an example of what we do with our technical education program. So let me start off by saying that we at Cisco believe that the internet has the power to transform the world. And I think that this is really at the core of what we do with the Cisco Networking Academy program. And what we want to do is really leverage our expertise in IT and networking to develop courses delivered through public-private partnerships. So today I'm introducing you to the Networking Academy program, which was established really to provide a global access to IT education. The Cisco Networking Academy is actually our largest corporate social responsibility program, and it aims to do a couple of things. So number one, we really set out to aim and to improve the socioeconomic conditions for individuals and communities. We want to increase the access to digital education and to career opportunities in this field. We want to support the development of an educated IT workforce and promote the growth of the IT industry as a whole. Networking Academy students participate in a very comprehensive and a consistent learning experience. And I think that's incredibly important, that this is a program that has an equal playing field throughout the world. We want to deliver it through leading edge technologies, and the program's offered both on course through a teacher-led program as well as online, which has become incredibly important during these COVID-19 times. And courses prepare students for industry recognised certifications, for further education and entry level and potentially intermediate career level. So maybe just to give you a background on how it all began, 20 years ago, Cisco donated some networking equipment to a local school. And Duncan, your presentation, I think, hits the nail on the head. You know, donating equipment is a lovely thing to do, but if you quickly learn that technology without the skills to actually use it is really of little value. And so we set out to really change that in a big way. And so for over 2 decades, Cisco has built, and I'm proud to say, an award-winning IT training program in Networking Academy that has prepared millions around the world for IT technician roles. So let me give you a little bit of a footprint in what's happening in Asia Pacific at the moment. So last year, we trained over 670,000 students, and we supported, and we certainly could not run this program without the wonderful support and collaboration of our academy partners, such like ITU and the universities and polytechnic space that we partner with. But we are supported by over 1,900 education partners throughout the Asia Pacific region. And the dedication and hard work of 5,200 instructors. To date, we have trained over 3 million students, and we are across the Asia Pacific region in 30 countries. And we're proud to on this statistic as well. 97% of our students completing a Cisco Certified Networking Associate course or higher courses in our portfolio have obtained a job or a further education opportunity. So I know this is a very confusing slide, but to really let you know, there's some key takeaways for your understanding on the sorts of education programs that we can run. Within the Cisco portfolio of courses, we have denoted in the green with Explore courses, and those that are also in the dark blue aligned to career. So with the Explore courses, these are really provided to introduce learners to the exciting opportunities available in technology. Most of these courses are available as free, self-paced options available on our website at netacad.com, though academies can also provide these courses directly to their students. The primary focus of the Academy program is really to help our students prepare for careers. So thus the majority of the portfolio, as you can see, is aligned to careers. And maybe if I can go through the different buckets that we have on offer for students and educators. The primary focus is essentially the digital essentials, shall we say. The courses are critical to help students build breadth, independent of the specialisation that they may choose further down the track. And then networking, of course, being Cisco, is the flagship of our program. These offerings prepare our students to sit for the internationally recognised, the Cisco Certified Networking Associate and our Cisco Certified Networking Professional certification courses that prepare for a career as a networking professional. Now, programmable infrastructure is actually a newer track and prepares our students with software development skills. These courses prepare students for the DevNet Associate certification and careers. And cybersecurity, our third track, and by far one of the fastest growing track that we have at the moment, is an opportunity to prepare our students to build secure networks, monitor the security of networks, and when necessary, defend the network from attacks. So here students are prepared for the CCNA security and CCNA cyber ops certification exams. But beyond the courses, a critical part of the learning experience is the opportunity it provides for practice. So these opportunities include some gaming, some simulation tools to really, I love that video, Duncan, to really help explain what is happening in the network. We also have some prototyping and virtual labs, which are becoming more and more important during COVID times. And of course, still that physical equipment lab experience. We do still need them to have that real working component and understanding of real equipment. So just in summary, our Networking Academy teaches more than just IT skills. And obviously we teach the technology skills, but we also really want to impart those crucial 21st century career skills that are so critical in the changing workplace at the moment. We also teach technopreneurial skills. We feel that that's important. It doesn't matter if our students are going into a multinational corporation or potentially starting their own business. Those critical entrepreneurial mindset and thinking is so important in technology. So thank you all very much for the opportunity to give you a little bit of a glimpse and an introduction into the NetAcad program, and we would be delighted and look forward to work with partners further to build capacity and discuss maybe how the program may help in addressing large digital skills gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marcela, for your very useful presentation. All right, we have just 3 minutes to finalize the session. After this session, you can ask your remaining questions to the speakers via their email. So let me ask concluding question. What more we can do to ensure the transition if jobs are lost and created due to COVID-19? First of all, let me ask Dr. Shamika to answer and share her experience with us.
Thank you, Dr. Farsad. I think, Atsuko, you wrote to me a little note saying some jobs are lost, but on a daily basis, new jobs are created. And that's the world we are walking into. So it's not really a pessimistic world. So but as Tindi and Marcela said, we need the right skills to approach that new emerging world. And the opportunities are immense, especially for developing countries. Can we make this potential into reality? And it is in all of our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamika. Mr. Duncan, what do you think?
Well, I would really just echo Shamika's remarks. I think there are great opportunities. There is clearly a need for retraining and upskilling with a lot of the workforce, but the opportunities are there. We see them very much in the developing economies, particularly that we work in. And I would encourage governments particularly to invest both in digital literacy skills, but also the technical skills and help build that technical community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tindi, what is your idea?
Okay, thank you so much. I should have mentioned that ICT is the newest electricity in town. So if you do not have it, then you are almost in darkness. That having been said, there is a huge opportunity of making a difference as a digital champion. Just by supporting others build their confidence and knowledge with using digital technology, you can really help to change their lives to the better. And ICT is our newest best friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Marcella, what is your opinion?
Look, I think it was summed up beautifully at the start. You know, this opportunity. Yes, jobs are changing and rapidly changing, but I think there's an opportunity to really start on that digital skills journey, no matter what faculty or what career path you might choose. Those digital skills are so crucial. And our hope at Cisco is obviously that you follow a career path through IT, but I think it's just that recognition that digital skills now are the norm and required across multidisciplines these days.
Thank you so much. The meeting time is coming to an end. Well, now let me invite everyone to turn on their camera. Let's take a nice picture. Look at the camera, please. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese.
Cheese.
One more, please. 3, 2. Are you ready? 1. Say cheese.
Cheese.
All right. Thank you all for joining us today. I wish you all the best and have a nice one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farzad, and also thank you so much to all the panelists, Dr. Shamika, Mr. Duncan, Dr. Tindi, as well as Marcella, for that, I think, a very seamless and I think holistic sort of discussion, I think, on the importance of capacity development, as we always often speak about giving access to the half of the world's population, but it's also important, as important, to ensure that all those that receive access, you know, they use ICT in a meaningful way. So on that note, again, I would like to thank everyone for joining us at this session, and I would now like to hand over to another important session besides you know, meaningful connectivities, to ensure that they are all using the using ICT in a safe and secure manner. So on that note, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Samir, who is going to introduce the next session. Over to you.
Thank you, Sean, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. In fact, first of all, I would like to apologize for a slight delay that has happened, but the session was very interesting. But just a second, please. Some technical issue. So if you kindly agree that we would like to extend this session to end by 16:00 hours, if you agree. From EVIS this morning, I'm back in this session, but with a different topic and a different role. As you know, that the digital nature of the fourth industrial revolution makes digital infrastructure intrinsically vulnerable to cyber attacks that can take a multitude of forms, from data theft and ransomware to the overtaking of the systems with potentially large-scale harmful consequences. With the recent World Economic Forum Global Risk Report 2020 that states that offensive cyber capabilities are developing more rapidly than our ability to deal with hostile incidents, in recent years, cyber attacks are very likely to happen with a very high impact. Cybercrime as a service is also a growing business model, as the increasing sophistication of the tools on the darknet makes malicious services more affordable and easily accessible for anyone. The ITU's most populous region, Asia and the Pacific, is growing digitally with increased reliance on digital payments, healthcare, commerce, trade, work, and educational solutions, just to name a few. As a result, cybersecurity is more important than ever. As the coronavirus pandemic continues to disrupt essential social and economic functions, the risk of cyber threat has increased due to our increased reliance on digital tools and platforms. ITU cannot do it alone. We have partners from UN agencies, international organizations, ITU sector members, academia, and in this region, ITU has been working very closely in partnership with our members. This session is an opportunity to showcase the contribution made by our partners and their commitment from the RDF to the WTDC 2021. In particular, this session aims at the experiences on cyber readiness and preparing and implementing national cybersecurity strategies, improving cybersecurity capacity, and initiatives undertaken in the past and proposed areas of collaboration for the partners. We have a very distinguished panel of experts, and let me invite each of them to briefly introduce themselves and the role of their organization. First, may I invite Mr. Marwa Ben-Ricard, the cybersecurity coordinator from ITU headquarters, Geneva. Marwa, can you please introduce yourself? Can I move on to the next speaker if Marwa is not?
Yeah.
Hi, Marwa, please go ahead.
Thank you, Samir. Just I was as a presenter mode in the Zoom. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Marwan Ben Rashid. I'm a cybersecurity coordinator in ITU HQ Geneva. And thank you very much. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Marwa. Now the next person is Mr. Alex from UNODC. Alex, can you introduce yourself, please? Let me move to the next speaker in case there's some technical difficulties to connect. Dr. Mamelo from UNU.
Hi, thank you, Samir. My name is Mamelo Tignani. I'm a Principal Research Fellow at UNU in Macau and looking forward to the panel and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mamelo. Dr. James Burman from OCSC. Dr. James.
Thank you, Samir. I'm James from the Oceania Cybersecurity Centre here in Melbourne, and I'm very much looking forward to the session.
Thank you, James. And Mr. Adli Wahid.
Hi, Samir. Hello, everyone. My name is Adli Wahid from APNIC, Asia Pacific Network Information Centre. I'm connecting from Brisbane, Australia today, and happy to be with you all in this session.
Thank you, Adli. And last but not least, Mr. Philip Victor. Philip.
Hi, Samir. I can log in now. So I had some issues.
Yeah, Alex, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Alexandru Căciuloiu. I am the Cybercrime Regional Coordinator for Southeast Asia and the Pacific with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, based here in Bangkok.
Thank you. Welcome, Alex. Is Philip here with us?
Yes. Hi. Hi, everybody. Philip here. I'm with Welshman Keen, and we are basically doing a lot of work on cybersecurity. We are an ITU sector member, and our focus area is a lot in the Pacific Islands, and I'm happy to share with you some points today on critical national infrastructure protection, and looking forward. Thanks, Samir.
Thank you, Philip. As you see that we have such a diverse stakeholders, the speakers in the session from the UN organizations, the technical organizations, academia, ITU, and private sector. So what I would do is that in the interest of time, I would allocate all each speaker 10 minutes, and I will alert 1 minute before, because I will be a timekeeper as well, before they conclude, giving everyone equal opportunities. So if you kindly agree, let me invite my colleague, Mr. Marwa, Cybersecurity Coordinator from ITU Headquarters, to make his presentation about the work of ITU, especially the cyber drills that we are carrying out at this time. And I see many of you from the cybersecurity technical expertise domain. They are online and working and participating in this drill. Marwa, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Samir, for these kind invitations. Next slide, please. So before moving ahead to the list of ITU services and activity, let me first present for you the BDT cybersecurity mandate. So the BDT cybersecurity program offers the ITU membership, particularly developing countries, the opportunities and tools to increase their cybersecurity capabilities at the national level. In order to enhance security and build confidence and trust in the use of ICT and making the digital realm more safe and secure for everyone. So the work and mandate of the cybersecurity program builds on Objective 2 of the Buenos Aires Action Plan, adopted mainly by the 2017 World Telecommunication Development Conference, which is WTDC, and also the Plenipotentiary Conference and the WDSA. So for the implementation of this mandate, we have mainly 4 focus areas, which is mainly the technical and policy measures, capacity development, cooperation and coordination, and enhancing organizational structure. As delivery mechanism for this focus area, we have around 5 mechanisms, which is first, incident response capabilities, cybersecurity engagement and awareness, cybersecurity capacity development, national cybersecurity posture, and online safety for children and youth. And in this presentation, I will not be able to cover all these mechanisms, but just I will focus mainly in few of them. Next slide, please. So here I select for you, as a part of National Cybersecurity Posture Mechanism, only 3 services that we are delivering to our member state. So the first one, which I think many of you that you know a lot, which is the Global Cybersecurity Index, which is the GCI, which is a composite index which monitor and compare the level of cybersecurity commitments of countries with regard to the 5 pillars of the Global Cybersecurity Agenda, which was launched in 2007 by ITU. The main pillar that we measure the commitment of the country, which is the legal, technical, organizational aspect, capacity building, and last, international and regional cooperations. So far, we have launched 3 reports. The first one was in 2014, the second one in 2018, and 17 and 2018. And this year, we are working in the publication of the 4th iteration, which will be 2020 report. This last month, we have closed the data collection phase, and this month we have already started data validation and weightage of this index. This report will be maybe available earlier to January 2021. As second services, which is the NCS, the National Cybersecurity Strategy Guide, which has primarily been structured as a resource to help government stakeholders in preparing and reviewing their national cybersecurity strategies. This guidelines was as an output of the work of 11 organizations with ITU, and this year also we start the work of updating this report, where by October 2021 we have a second version of this report. We have conducted several and couple of workshops in assisting country in how to review their and develop their national cybersecurity strategy. The last one, it was in Melbourne, Australia, and it was as a part of the GFCE global event. The third services as a part of the cybersecurity posture, which is the CMM cybersecurity maturity model, and you use the CMM model to assist country in assessing their national cybersecurity posture. Joint assessment has been performed in the Asia Pacific region in cooperation with our strategic partner, which is the OCSC, Oceania Cybersecurity Center in Melbourne. I think here my colleague James in his presentation will cover more aspects about the CMM assessment. Next slide, please. And here I would like to present for you the enhancement of the incident response capabilities of countries. And in this aspect, we have two projects or two initiatives that we are conducting. The first one, which is the CERT program, which ITU trying to assist their member states by building their capacity and also in deploying capabilities by implementing their National Cybersecurity Center or CCERT at national level. So far, we have implemented 14 CERT projects in the world. Also, we have conducted around 80 CERT readiness assessment, and we have also ongoing 8 CERT projects in different countries in the world. And you can see here the list of countries like Malawi, Barbados, Botswana, Gambia, Burundi, Kenya, Bahamas, and Bermuda, Suriname, and Guyana, which is ongoing projects. Also, to enhance the cyber incident response capability of countries, we are conducting cyber exercises. So the main objective of these exercises is enhancing the awareness and the capability of countries to participate and to contribute to the development and deployment of strategy of defeating and of cyber threats. So far, we have conducted around 30 cyber exercises around the world. And during these 3 months, we are conducting the 2020 Global Cyber Drill, which is this year it is exceptionally online, and where we are conducting around 21 events. And I will share with you later on a video, a trailer video to explain these events. And also we have received more than 115 countries so far participating in our events. Next slide, please.
So Marwa, maybe if you allow me, I can take our audience through this particular slide, because this is to do with the implementation of the pathways in the regional, through the regional office. While ITU headquarters has got the global priorities on cybersecurity, we do it in alignment of our regional initiatives. And we pick up, there are 4 priority areas, there are 4 pillars that the member states assigned us to work with. The first is on national cybersecurity strategies. And on the right-hand side, you see in the recent past, in 2019 and 20, we've been able to develop the strategies for Bhutan, Kiribati, Solomon Islands. And right now, we are in the process of working with Pakistan and Fiji to develop the cybersecurity strategies. And in order just not to develop something and hand it over to them, we are developing a platform so that while we are working with them, we learn from each other, the experiences that gain from actually working hands-on exercise on this toolkit that Marwa just mentioned. So this toolkit will be available in January. So we'll be working together so that it's a learning together. The second pillar is the CERT assessment. In the regional level, we have been able to assist Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Tonga, and Vanuatu with the assistance of the government of Australia, and where our partners, EPNIC, FIRST, OCSC, and many other organizations were working together. And in the pipeline, we have the request from Myanmar and Nepal to carry out the CERT assessment and also to develop and build their capacities. And the third pillar is the cyber drills. We organized cyber drills for past several years, and in particular last year, the cyber drill, which was actually quite an exciting cyber drill, which was cross-regional in nature. So CIS region and ITU Asia Pacific office organized this drill hosted by government of Malaysia, whereby we organized the simulation sessions and then honeypots, and then we equip them with the tools to address those technical issues that they face. And right now, as I mentioned, that we are carrying out the global cyber drills. And in particular, for addressing the needs of Pacific Island countries, we'll be organizing a cyber drill, especially for Pacific Island countries in December. You'll hear more from us soon. Finally, to build the capacity, we organized the regional trainings recently as a part of the global cyber drill. And last year, it was for Indonesia and Iran. We did this national trainings, and in Iran in particular, we invited the countries from this region to participate and contribute. And just before the start of the pandemic COVID, we were very lucky in the beginning of this year to organize this tabletop exercise in Australia on national cybersecurity strategies with OCSC. And this year, before the year end, we'll be organizing an event training for Vietnam. Over to you, Marwa.
Thank you, Samir. Please, next slide. Yeah. So here we have also some upcoming. Can you please back one slide back? Thank you. So here we have some upcoming program that will be launching soon by ITU. So the first project, which is Cyber for Good. So Cyber for Good is an initiative that will be launched by BDT, where we will give the opportunity to developing and these developing countries to benefit from services from the private sector and also from other developed countries. So it will be as a platform for assisting these developing and developing countries, where there is many partners that would like to offer to this country assistance by consultancy service for free trainings, free tools, etc. Also, the second program, which is Empowering Women Mentorship Program. So this program, we are already starting working on it, which was launched by the BDT director, Madame Doreen Bogdan, as a part of the 2020 Global Cyber Drill, where we will try to launch this mentorship program in order to build connection between least developing country and developing countries. And it will be as a capacity building for women in order to ensure the inclusiveness in cybersecurity domain also. Next
We'll
slide,
have 2
please.
more minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide. So here in this, we'll have 1 minute video about the Global 2020 Cyber Drill. Could you please enable the sound?
Capabilities. During a cyber Over the past decade, ITU has organised 29 cyber drill events to build cybersecurity capacity and capabilities. During a cyber drill, we simulate cyber attacks, information security incidents, or other types of disruptions in order to test cyber capabilities and help organizations improve their cybersecurity systems. This year, due to COVID-19 related measures, Cyberdrill 2020 will take place over the course of 3 months online, from September to November. Cyberdrill 2020 will include 6 regional dialogues, 3 webinar sessions, 6 training sessions, and 6 scenario-based exercises. Cyberdrill 2020 participation is open to national CIRTs, CSIRTs, and others in the cybersecurity ecosystem. It is strongly recommended that each participating team have at least 2 technical team members and 1 management-level staff member. To get more information and register for Cyberdrills 2020, please visit this URL or contact your respective ITU regional focal point. We look forward to your participation in Cyberdrills 2020.
Very much. I would like to take this opportunity also to invite our member states in the Asia Pacific region to participate and to take part of these cyber drill events, where today we will have the 5th scenario. So we'll have today 1 scenario and tomorrow it will be the last one. Also, we will have 2 other trainings and webinar it will be conducted during this month. Just I have the last slide if possible, please. Before this one, yeah. So just here I took for you just a small screenshot from our Cyber Ranch platform, which is the platform where we simulate the cyber attacks. And you can see here the number of participants per exercise, where we received yesterday around 158 participants from different countries. And I encourage you also to participate in the next cyber drill that will be conducted for the Pacific region. Thank you very much. I came to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Samir, and hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marwa, for the very insightful presentation. Especially the global cyber drills are getting a lot of attentions. And sometimes I think more than 100 countries are participating. So I think it provides a very useful insight to encourage you to participate. And if there's any issues for access, please do contact us. So without further ado, I would now move to the next speaker, Alex from UNODC, who will be sharing his experiences on legislations and international cooperation from a UNODC perspective. Alex, floor is yours.
Thank you, Samir. Yeah, so first I would like to just start off by briefly introducing my organization. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with UNODC and what we do. Can you go to the first slide, please? So UNODC is the UN agency mandated with helping United Nations member states fight crime and all types of drug-related issues. So we are based in Vienna. Our headquarters is based in Vienna, Austria. And obviously we have offices all over the world, regional and country offices. Next slide, please. So here, it's a very nicely put together slide. I actually want to show how our organization fits in with the rest of the UN system. So as you can see in the dark yellow part, we are part of the UN Secretariat. And our two governing bodies, the Commission on Criminal Justice and Crime Prevention and the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, these are part of the Economic and Social Council. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what we do in UNODC is basically work with countries around the world to help them strengthen their capacity to investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate all types of crime and drug-related offenses. So that means on one hand, we are trying to build and create awareness on the crime trends and how crime is evolving around the world in order to inform our government stakeholders and government counterparts. And also we are trying to inform the public and work with the general public and inform public opinion about crime-related issues. And our three main pillars of work, so to say, are first, conducting field-based technical cooperation and technical assistance. And that means delivering training courses to criminal justice officials and other stakeholders in this field, providing capacity building, technical assistance, equipment, and according to the needs, of course, identified with the member states, even operational and case mentoring and support. Our second pillar looks at conducting research and analytical work. And here obviously comes the informing part. We try to understand how crime is evolving globally, but also region by region. So we conduct a lot of research and analysis on crime trends and how these things are evolving. And we work on various crime areas. So from reform of criminal justice systems to prison reform to thematic crime areas. So we work on anti-corruption, on, of course, a large chunk of our work looks at drug, narcotics and illegal drugs. And also, of course, on cybercrime. And this is where obviously our partnership comes into play, the partnership that we have with ITU. So I am part of the United Nations, the UNODC Global Program on Cybercrime. This is a team that, of course, we have colleagues all over the world. we have a regional office here in Bangkok, in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, covering Southeast Asia and the Pacific, but we do work all over the Asia as well. So the work that we do on the Global Program on Cybercrime looks at 3 main areas. First, generic cybercrime offenses, cyber-enabled, cyber-dependent crime. Then child exploitation and child protection, and then building capacity on digital forensics and digital evidence. And I think these 3 areas, again, bring me closer to the discussion that is relevant with our partners here in ITU. Can we go to the next slide, please? So as 2 UN sister organizations, obviously we work close together to implement the work that the UN has mandated our individual agencies, and together to help our member countries meet their sustainable development goals. So with UN Global Program on Cybercrime, we are doing a lot of work in strengthening capacity of criminal justice authorities and also other agencies in Southeast Asia and the wider Asian region to fight cybercrime. And we all know that cybercrime goes hand in hand with cybersecurity. Our 2 organizations have a memorandum of understanding signed in 2011 during the criminal justice and crime prevention session. And this MOU looks at a few key areas, and it looks at working together on capacity building, on technical assistance, on joint workshop and normative work. And I think these are some of the things that we've been doing with ITU, especially here in the region for the past years. We've been involved in joint training courses and workshops. I mentioned at least one in a few years ago that was a really good success, where we've been training criminal justice officers, law enforcement officers, but also National Telecom Authority on various cybersecurity and cybercrime topics. And I think it's very important to note that no one government agency or no one international agency holds the key, right? When we're talking about cybersecurity, there are many different issues at play. As Samir mentioned in his speech at the beginning, the darknet is facilitating a lot of malicious tools to criminals. We have a lot more cases of cybercrime, and especially during this time with the pandemic, we've seen that cybercrime has been increasing very, very rapidly. Another joint event that I'd like to mention that happened actually earlier this year is the ASEAN Regional Conference on Child Online Protection. As both UNODC and ITU have been doing some very relevant work in the area of child online protection, this was a really good event to bring together actors from all over Southeast Asia, telecom authorities, Ministry of ICT, but also criminal justice professionals and social workers in a joint event held here in Bangkok with our sister agency from UNICEF. Next slide, please. So I just want to briefly mention some of the cybercrime threats that we're seeing nowadays. We are conducting 2 research studies in Southeast Asia looking at what are the latest cybercrime threats and also how is the darknet facilitating crime throughout Southeast Asia. We've seen a definitely steep increase in cybercrimes, especially since the pandemic has started, so throughout 2020. We all know that people and government officials have started working more from home, have been engaged in lockdown measures. Children have been staying at home, doing online school. So all of these situations have obviously attracted the attention of criminals. We've seen a steep increase in all types of frauds, all types of phishing campaigns, especially now that everybody is very interested to see how the pandemic is going, how are the government responding to this problem. So everybody is more connected than ever to all the media outlets, social media. So it's been a very productive time for criminals to come up with fake news, with misinformation and disinformation campaigns, basically taking advantage of the public fears around the pandemic. So steep increase in all types of internet frauds and phishing, and also on the child protection, the child abuse front. We've seen that child abusers and predators have been targeting children that work, that are stuck at home, doing homeschooling online. We see that there is still a big gap between people's parents, teachers, and of course children's understanding of the risks that we encounter online. And due to that gap in understanding, we see that a lot of children are being targeted. We see that a lot of parents are not able to take necessary precautions to protect their children. Next slide, please. So this was just kind of a brief overview of cyber threats that we're seeing. Now I'd like to just briefly mention some of the work that UNODC is doing in this field, and of course work that we are envisioning continuing with ITU. So on the child exploitation front, we have a working group on on child exploitation, where we bring together experts from Southeast Asia, from prosecution, from judiciary, from law enforcement, and we discuss with them, and we look at what are the major threats, how is the crime evolving, and what we can do to bring support. And I know that obviously the ITU's work in this field on child protection would fit well to continue to showcase throughout our working group meetings. Also, in regards to critical infrastructure protection, we have been doing some training courses. We are trying to get a national understanding between all criminal justice authorities and ICT authorities, because we've seen that a lot of times when a major cyber incident happens.
Alex, could you kindly wrap up in 1 minute? Thank you.
Sure. It's important that all these agencies know each other and they know how to work in coordination and cooperation. So in that regard, we've had some regional exercises bringing together various investigators on cybercrime, on terrorism, CERT, and other government agencies that are responsible for security of internet and of networks. And those have been going on very well. So I would see that moving forward, this would potentially be more integrated with maybe the cyber drill or any other similar events that ITU is doing. And this actually this has been my presentation. More than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Alex, for the very insightful presentation, especially the role that you have. I think it complements very well on the technical areas of capacity building that ITU undertakes, and on the cybercrime. And as you know, many countries, they are writing to ITU, and as you're aware that we are seeking your help. You've been very instrumental. And I would like, before I invite the other panelists, Alex, if you could look at the question in the chat session, especially question and answer session. There's a question from a speaker from one of the attendees regarding the role of UNODC. So if you could answer. In the meantime, I must turn to Dr. Memelo from UNU for a very interesting insight that he would undertake on the cyber resilience and awareness for society. His insights from the analytical research perspective, not only just academic, but also how practically how we can benefit, inform, and then keep citizens aware on the cyber threats and then keep them ready. Dr. Memelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Samir. And of course, thank you to Atik as well for the invitation to participate in this panel. Yeah, so I think maybe to start off, I'll actually refer back to the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report that Samir, you mentioned at the beginning of the session, where within that, they identify some of the top likely risks that are facing the global community, as well as risks with highest impact. And it's interesting to note that technical and cyber-related risks are some of the top risks that we are facing. So, for example, at number 6, we have data fraud and theft as one of the top risks that facing the global community, as well as cyber attacks. And then in terms of the top risks with regards to impact, we have information infrastructure breakdown and cyber attacks as well. So I think that provides the context within which I would like to frame our discussion and the work that we do. Because at one level, we are faced with this increasing number of global risks, which they're not only technical risks, but they also have cascading impacts across all of society. And I think it's also important, one thing that we've learned from COVID-19 is that ICT and technologies allow society to continue functioning in the context of adverse incidents. So we've seen how technology has enabled schools to continue functioning, has enabled business to continue functioning. So you can almost see ICT as this infrastructure that allows us to be more resilient as a society. So I think when we think about cyber resilience, we should be thinking about these two aspects of dependence on cyber resources increasingly, and also ICT allowing us to be more cyber resilient. So you can just go to the next slide, please. So I think one thing to consider then is within this whole cybersecurity, cyber resilience context, of course, globally, we are seeing a lot of attention that's focused on the resilience of, let's say, the private sector, as well as the resilience of organizations and public sector organizations. But we definitely are seeing quite a big gap in terms of the focus on civil society stakeholders. So that's including both citizens as well as civil society organizations, NGOs, community-based organizations. And I think just a quick motivation for why we need to be increasingly thinking about civil society stakeholders when we think about national cyber resilience. Well, first of all, resilience as we have understood it to be, particularly during this pandemic, resilience is a whole of society attribute. When we think about resilience, we can't just think about resilience across individual sectors. We need to think about systemic resilience. And definitely civil society plays a key role in that aspect. Secondly, I think we need to think about resilience, particularly cyber resilience, not just in technical terms. Think increasingly when you look at socio-technical threats around misinformation and disinformation, cyber abuses, etc. We can see that actually there's more than just technical dimensions, but also social dimensions, economic dimensions, etc. that we need to take into consideration as well. And I think importantly, this is something that I'll refer to later in my presentation. I think we need to understand and see civil society not just as recipients and beneficiaries of cybersecurity, but actually as active agents within the cyber ecosystem. And therefore, how can countries and how can the global community harness the participation of civil society towards this idea of co-production of cyber resilience? Next slide, please. So when you're thinking about cyber resilience, specifically, we are thinking about 4 specific phases. And of course, this comes straight up from the disaster risk reduction, disaster risk management phases as well. And it's actually an evolution from, let's say, the traditional cybersecurity thinking. I mean, within cybersecurity, we're traditionally thinking about prevention of adverse incidents. So how do we put in place better, protection, access control, discount firewalls, etc. So when you think about cyber resilience, it's about anticipating these adverse cyber incidents occurring and putting in place the mitigation plans so that when they do occur, we are better prepared. So we are thinking about these 4 specific phases. Prepare phase, within which, of course, a lot of awareness raising, capacity building, recovery planning, etc. would fall in. And of course, it's good to see a lot of work that's been covered in this panel as well, that's focusing on capacity building and awareness raising. But the second phase after that, at the onset of the adverse incident, is that we need to think about what are some of the absorb measures and techniques that individuals and civil society can put in place to withstand some of these adverse incidents. And of course, moving through to recovery, which is about recovering the nominal functioning, all the way to adaptation. And of course, adaptation talks a lot about this idea of bouncing forward and building back better. So how do we enhance our cyber capabilities and cyber resources, and to learn from the adverse incidents that we experience? So in that regard, within our work, we've done some initial work looking at civil society cyber resilience. Within that, we did a review of the national cybersecurity strategies of countries within the Asia Pacific to try and understand to what extent they are framing cyber resilience within the strategies. So next slide, Samir. Next slide. So the countries that we looked at for this review, can you just go to the next slide, please? We looked at about 14 countries within the Asia Pacific region, and it's countries across different levels of the Global Cybersecurity Index, as well as Human Development Index, including the ASP Cybersecurity Maturity Index as well. So these are the countries within the region that have identified and defined their cybersecurity strategies. And just to indicate as well that for this review, we accessed strategies that are available in English and that are within the public repositories. And we looked at a couple of several things. So next slide, please. The first thing that we looked at is to what extent are countries using resilience thinking within their strategies? So specifically, to what extent are countries defining resilience, first of all, as a goal or as a dimension of their strategies? But secondly, how are they actually defining it within the strategies? So what we found is that actually, even though most countries use the term resilience within their strategies, few countries elaborate on what that means. What does resilience mean for the specific context of the countries? So this could be in terms of resilience metrics or in terms of maturity models that allow them to achieve increased resilience. Some countries define resilience as a goal of the whole strategy. So the whole cybersecurity strategies is framed around resilience. And you can also see specific examples where countries also define attributes of resilience. So for example, defining business continuity and systems continuity as something that needs to be incorporated into the strategies. There's some specific countries where we found quite elaborate articulation of cyber resilience. So Singapore and the Philippines is an example of that. Of course, a lot more countries are detailed in the report as well. Next slide, please. The next thing that we looked at is to what extent are countries thinking about the whole of society resilience? So specifically
here, 1
here,
minute to wrap up the presentation, please. Thank you.
1 minute. Okay, all right. So here we look specifically at what are some of the risks that they identify and the roles and responsibilities for civil society stakeholders. And some countries, of course, identify how third sector organizations can participate in the national sets and in joining the steering committee meetings. So I think, Sami, if you can just go towards the end of the presentation. Next slide. So essentially, what we are able to find out is that a lot of the countries in the region, they are aware of resilience and aware of the need to frame resilience at a societal level. We still definitely see gaps in terms of clear articulation of resilience metrics and specific areas on how civil society can be improved in terms of cyber resilience. And we're definitely seeing as well a lot of opportunities to continue work in this region. So Samir, if you can go to the next slide, just to highlight some of the potential areas for collaboration with ITU. Next one. Next slide. Yeah, so I'll just end on this one here. So just go back. In terms of potential areas for collaboration, I think going forward, we definitely see, of course, a lot framed within the ITU strategic framework for 2020-2023, specifically around looking at cybersecurity and the vulnerable population groups. So a lot of work that's ongoing right now around child online protection. There's a lot of potential collaboration around that. We are also doing a lot of capacity building in Macau and looking to expand that within the Asia Pacific region as well. And the last thing just to highlight there is around the cyber resilience tools that we're developing. So in terms of incident response tools and also risk assessment tools that we are developing as well. So I would invite everyone to, of course, check out the report, which is much more detailed. but just to highlight very quickly some of the areas that we've been working on. Thank you.
Mamelo, thank you very much for the very interesting perspective, and I'm sure that there are synergies that we can foster to benefit society at large, making them safer. Please be ready towards our journey to WPDC 2021 and having joint studies and the field missions in this region. So now, without further ado, now let me move on to Dr. James Burman, the head of Research and Cybersecurity Capacity Building, Oceania Center, who is also our academia partner, and we carried out several missions to establish and assess CERT in Pacific Island countries. And also earlier this year, we organized a joint event on national cybersecurity strategies. Dr. James, floor is yours.
Thank you, Samir, and congratulations to you and the ITU team for creating such a successful event. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experiences working together. There's many familiar faces here today, and I look forward to continuing to work with you all in the future. Next slide, please. So the Oceania Cybersecurity Centre, or the OCSC, is a not-for-profit based organisation in Melbourne, and we're formed by 8 universities in Victoria, Australia. We have substantial support from the Victorian state government. Next slide, please. So more than 80 countries have so far undertaken a cybersecurity capacity maturity model for nations review, otherwise known as the CMM. And those reviews have been conducted by our partners, the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Centre at the University of Oxford, and their strategic partners. So the OCSC is the partner for the CMM in Oceania. And we've conducted 6 CMM reviews so far in the region. Samoa and Tonga with the team from Oxford, ITU and APNIC, Vanuatu and PNG with ITU, Kiribati on our own, and FSM with the Asia Pacific Telecommunity, or APT. The CMM reviews are informed by several in-country focus groups with different stakeholders, supported by extensive desk research. Together, this provides the evidence base for the CMM report that discusses findings and makes specific recommendations in the national context to build cybersecurity capacity and strengthen resilience. Next slide, please. Joint missions with the ITU typically involve the ITU conducting a national computer security incident response team, or CSIRT review, ITU or APNIC running capacity building workshops, and then OCSC conducting a high-level national CMM review. As Samir and Marwan have already mentioned, the ITU team have also run a national cybersecurity strategy workshop at our capacity building conference earlier this year in Melbourne. And there are several cyber leads from across the region that attended that event. And we also work with the ITU by engaging in various panels during the Cyber Drills 2020. Next slide, please. So building cybersecurity capacity and strengthening resilience is hard. It requires understanding where you are now, so the place to start. Coordination, so working with different stakeholders and organizations to avoid duplication and amplify impact with everyone focused on a common goal. Contextualization, understanding what the challenges are on the ground in the local, national, and regional context to ensure activities are fit for purpose. Requires commitment, so building capacity and strengthening resilience is not just a problem for government to solve. It requires buy-in from decision makers across sectors and political leaders to ensure sufficient resources and ongoing funding. And a view beyond technology, cybersecurity is not just about IT, it's a multi-dimensional problem. And as academics, we argue research. So understanding what works, what doesn't work, and why provides the foundation for efficient and effective change. Next slide, please. So understanding where you are now. Key benefits of joint missions have included joint mission reports together provide a richer picture of where you are now than one report on its own. The CMM has provided more than 80 countries with a baseline of current national cybersecurity capacity to help them understand where they are now. An independent evaluation of the CMM's global impact conducted earlier this year reports that countries have cited the CMM review as foundational for the development of their national cybersecurity strategy and policy. Next slide, please. Coordination, key benefit. Joint missions bring everyone together in one place, and that enables efficient engagement with multiple stakeholders, multiple entities, and international partners. And this picture is taken from the mission that we undertook with the ITU and APNIC in Samoa. Looking at impact, well, the CMM reviews are seen to contribute to greater collaboration in government, and they enable networking and collaboration with businesses and wider society. Next slide, please. Contextualization, key benefit. Working together in country and across the region, we gain deeper insight into the local and national context. This picture is from the mission to Vanuatu. Looking at the impact, CMM reviews drive increased cybersecurity awareness locally and help to build capacity. They've helped to define roles and responsibilities within governments. Next slide, please. And commitment, key benefit from the joint mission. Working together, we gain engagement with national level decision makers, multiple stakeholders and entities. And the two pictures on the right show the mission to PNG and the mission to Tonga. And through engaging together, we're able to get the high-level decision makers, so the people that own the national cybersecurity strategy and policy present on those missions. Sorry. So the CMM provides a view of technology, a view of cybersecurity beyond technology. It's 5 dimensions. And research. So key benefit, there's 3 regional cybersecurity capacity centers, building the evidence base of what works, what doesn't work, and why. And for the future, the areas for cooperation for 2021, to continue joint missions for the CMM, and we're looking to do video conferencing at the moment in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, to enable us to continue to join in country focus groups, returning to travel when safe to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for a very succinct but very impactful contribution and the value that OCSC is adding to the work of ITU, especially for the CERT assessment, carrying out joint mission, and in particular, the working model with academia that was proposed earlier in the earlier session today. Congratulations for this and looking forward to our continued collaboration, James. With that, now I invite Adli Wahid, representing APNIC, who has been our partner during CERT assessment in Pacific Island countries. He will share with you the areas of work that we have undertaken in the past and the areas for cooperation for future. Adli, floor is yours.
Thank you, Samir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adli Wahid from APNIC, I work as a security specialist, and what I do is participate in many of our security-related engagements with the community across the Asia-Pacific economies. Next slide, please. So my intention today is to focus more about lessons learned from our effort with ITU and with our partners and community members. But before that, let me highlight a bit about what APNIC is, especially for those who have not heard of us. So in a nutshell, we are the regional internet registry for the Asia-Pacific region, covering 56 economies. Our core activity is managing the IP address and AS number delegation. So basically, this means that we work with network operators in all shape and sizes across the region. But beyond that, Beyond that, we do a lot of capacity development, building work in policy areas, as well as participate in multi-stakeholder engagement with the community. And this is because the goal is to make sure that the internet remains global, open, stable, and secure. Next slide, please. We've done some work with the ITU. And maybe some highlights here is the work on IPv6, and IPv6 is the future of internet protocol. A lot of organizations and countries have adopted it. It's not really a new technology per se, but a new way of numbering system across board. And if you are a network operator doing V6, then there are certainly some challenges in transition, deployment, and securing it. So we've done a lot of work with ITU with regards to this. I've put a link there on our website if you want to read more. More recently, we have started working together in the area of certs. Certs to us is very interesting because in a lot of places in the Asia Pacific region, you have very mature certs that has been established for a long time. There are also regions or sub-regions with no certs at all. And there are also places where the certs has been established, but due to changes internally, the cert has been replaced by a new organization or a new entity. So that relationship must be always maintained because certs help us in coordinating incidents with local constituents. And there is value to support their activities. I'll talk more about this in the next few slides. Next, please. So when it comes to key challenges and opportunities, I'm going to spend a bit more time here. From our engagement within the community in the Pacific and elsewhere, we find that there are a few key challenges that needs to be addressed. And this is something that you can't really teach in theory. It has to be from the engagement experience itself. One is people. When it comes to security, I think the bottom line is equipping the people who are doing the work on the internet or using the internet and also managing and defending the internet. And this means that they have to be aware of what the issues are and have the right skills to do that. And the challenge here is that there are multiple technical skills that are required. So if you are thinking about security, security is not just one subject. So I cannot just go away and teach people about how to build a cert. I would also have to teach the web developer how to design secure web application, and the network engineers on how to filter the network, from bad things like, malicious traffic or malicious domains. I also have to teach investigators how to analyze packets, how to reverse engineer virus. So there's a lot of things that you have to get out to the people. And this is where sometimes when you just focus on just one thing, you miss out on other opportunities. Secondly is infrastructure. I like the talk initially from UNODC, if I'm not mistaken, about cybercrime. When you think about cybercrime, cyber criminals are actually operating on the same infrastructure that we use today, right? Which is run by our own ISPs, our neighborhood ISPs, basically. In a lot of cases, those who are running the network are not even aware of such issues. And sometimes they feel that they are not in the conversation. So this is where I think the multi-stakeholder communication is very important to bring them, with the LEAs, with the certs, with other stakeholders to see that, hey, we have a common enemy, we have a common problem. We need to all be responsive and we need all to be proactive in dealing with such issues. One aspect of infrastructure, other than securing it, we also like to promote cyber hygiene, which means that you have to clean up your own backyard. If you have a lot of infected computers, if you have a lot of infected systems, these systems may not attack you today, but they are affecting other users globally. So as a good internet citizens, you must be responsive to abuse reports, but sometimes it's beyond that. I think sometimes people receive these abuse reports, but they just don't know what to do with it. Or what does it mean really? And how urgent is it for me to take action? Next part is addressing the C ecosystem. Someone has mentioned already about the interdependencies of various players to ensure cybersecurity. This happens locally as well as at the international level. Just one quick example, in some of our experience in doing cert work, a lot of the new certs wanted to be in touch with the big players like Facebook, Google, right, which have their own security teams. And the need there is basically sometimes you need their support to deal with an incident that happens locally. Locally, we have seen also a situation where there is only one cert and it's been one cert forever. And that doesn't scale, right? For the country to be safe and secure, you need everybody to be at the same level so that you can achieve what you want to achieve. So this concept of understanding the ecosystem is very critical, but it is also a challenge to address. Last is cost. There's a lot of scenarios where people say, I don't have budget for security, which is kind of understandable because it is not cheap. But also, I feel that...
Wrap up in 1 minute, please. Thank you.
1 minute. Wow, that was quick. Okay. Not having security is also costly to the organization, and you have to sustain the work in the long run. When it comes to opportunities and approach, I feel that there is a lot of flexibility is needed, which means that you must address multiple topics, at the same time. Next slide, please. There are opportunities to cooperate. I think at our end, we are going more for this community engagement. So please reach out to us if you are interested to collaborate. We have a lot of activities that we do, not only in training, but also in sharing of threat information. And the idea here is to lead to some action that will make our internet, especially in the Asia Pacific region, more stable and more secure. There's also community trainers activities to increase capacity within our region to help one another. Next slide, please. Before I end this presentation, I just want to cover quick takeaways. When it comes to resilience or doing security, you got to think of having multiple activities in parallel at the same time. What I mean by this is that sometimes I find folks just focus on making a cybersecurity strategy, and they think that without a strategy, they can't do anything else. Within the CERT community, there is this concept of the CERT of the last resort. So which means that if you don't have a national CERT, that's okay. I need to be able to reach out to the ISP to help me with something. So that's this idea that we must work on different things at the same time. Resilience is another topic, and I feel that COVID-19 has shown this because it means that we can't wait for something bad to happen, and we have to adapt very quickly. Now, traditionally, we defend our network at the enterprise level. Now with COVID, everyone is working from home, and many organizations are not prepared for that. So I think that's an important idea to keep in mind on how to adapt and address security quickly. Do it now rather than later, right? And last but not least, the question of maturity. There's a lot of effort to focus on maturity. I feel that maturity is not just a maturity of an entity like a CERT, but also maturity of the whole ecosystem. One quick example is that we have the threat sharing initiative where we can give information to the CERT and the ISPs, but then when they receive this information, they say, we don't know what to do with this. We don't have systems that can enable us to consume this data. So therefore, you need to make sure that everybody is at the same level so that any security mechanism or controls you put in place can be actionable. And maturity is also a state where you may reach maturity now, but tomorrow you may not be mature anymore because whatever dynamic changes that happens within the organization. So you have to be really practical about it. Next slide, please. And I think that's all I have. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I know it's a bit rushed, but feel free to reach out to us at APNIC. We'd love to talk to you about some of our work. Thank you, Samir.
Thanks, Adli, for the crisp and concise contribution. I want to apologize to all the participants and panelists to please allow us to have 10 more minutes because we have, last but not least, a very important presentation from Mr. Philip Victor, who's the Managing Director from Watchman Keen, an ITU sector member, is talking about critical information infrastructure protection. And they have also prepared a white paper that's available on this portal. Philip, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Samir. So the last speaker, can we go to the next slide since we don't have much time? A very just quick overview about Welchman Keen, the organization. We are basically an organization that focuses a lot on connectivity. We're a global organization. Most of our work is focused on connectivity. And for the purpose of this presentation, we are going to focus a lot on the critical information infrastructure that we are doing, and specifically in the Pacific Islands, and also how we can basically contribute towards this initiative that we are working with the ITU. So without much ado, let's move on to the next slide. As I mentioned from the earlier part during the introduction, we are an ITU sector member, and therefore our work is focused on in the Pacific Islands is looking into critical information infrastructure protection. And currently what we are doing is trying to help countries within that to basically build capacity, capability, to enhance their cybersecurity posture within the Pacific Islands. So a very quick, let me just set the stage about what is critical infrastructure all about. Can we have the next slide, please? Yeah, so just to make it very clear in terms of definitions, when we talk about critical infrastructures, we're talking about infrastructures which are essential for societal function, for health, safety, security, social well-being, and so forth in the nation. Now, over the years, we see that critical infrastructures have incorporated ICT into it. And if you look at the next slide on the definition of critical information infrastructure, can we have the next slide, please? Thanks. Yeah, so when we talk about critical information infrastructure, then we're looking at materials and digital assets, network services, that if there is a disruption, would have a serious impact on, again, the health, society, economic well-being of the citizens. So as we are seeing more and more critical infrastructures integrating ICT into it, we are seeing that we need to focus a lot on the protection of the information and protection of the critical infrastructure itself. If we look at the next slide, just to show you a quick diagram, yeah, so this diagram basically shows you that, we have the critical infrastructures, and from the critical infrastructures, we see the integration of ICT, information and communication technology. So we see a lot of critical infrastructures today, like the finance, energy, transportation, and so on, where we see a lot of them, which typically we started with operational technology. We talked about a lot about SCADA systems, control systems. These were the systems that were used earlier. We know that traditionally a lot of critical infrastructures were focused mainly of not being connected to the internet. So and now we see that as critical infrastructures are trying to be more efficient in terms of its delivery and services, ICT has been integrated into its structure. While ICT has been integrated into the structure, we see that there are a lot being exposed to the attacks. There are more vulnerabilities and all that. So, which means that critical infrastructures now need to be more resilient, and we need to have a better security posture in order to protect the critical infrastructure. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Trying to keep within the time frame. Now, a very important thing that we need to understand is that we need to countries or nations need to be able to identify its critical sectors. And this is something that we must acknowledge, is that critical sector in one country may not be a critical sector in another country. So we need to understand what is critical in our country. But of course, we have some common critical sectors which most countries acknowledge to be critical. For example, health, energy, defense, transportation, food. But there are countries where things like, for example, fishery may be a critical infrastructure in some of the countries because the economy depends on it a lot. So it is important for countries to identify what are the critical sectors in their own country before they start prioritizing in terms of funding, the technology, and human capacity itself. Next slide, please. Yes, next one. Now, so moving on to the threats and attacks on CNII. This is, I don't know whether the slides will be made available, but if it's made available, we are happy to share the slides with you. This is a timeline that we produced to show you from our research some of the attacks that's happened over the years. And you can see that CNI have gone through attacks for a very, very long time, actually. And we are just showing you from 2009 right up to 2020. So if you look at the industries that have been attacked, we see that it is from the power grid to the oil refineries to the nuclear facility, car manufacturers, water systems, shipping companies. So there are a lot of organizations. So critical infrastructures are being targeted heavily. And because of that, we need to be prepared. The previous speaker, Adli, talked about the pandemic, and I would like to just expand on the pandemic in my next slide. Could we have the next slide, please? Now, if you look at the next slide, you will see that during this pandemic, during this COVID-19, we see that we're seeing a lot of increase in attacks on that has been reported. Interpol itself, from their assessment, showed that there's a shift in attacks from small businesses moving to critical infrastructures, governments, and major corporations. In a Deloitte report, they're seeing the next normal where sectors that were not classified as critical are now being viewed as critical. So this is why I think it's very apt what Adli said just now. We need to adapt because things change along the way. So we are seeing things like that Retail outlets before this, which was not viewed as critical, are now being viewed as critical. Health research labs before this were not viewed as critical, but now they are viewed as critical, and they've been targeted by attackers. So we need to reassess this kind of things. That is why this is a constant thing that is happening that we need to look at. We need to see what are the changes that's happening, and we need to adapt to these new changes. So we need to reassess our posture periodically. Next slide, please. So next slide. So in my next two slides is basically some pointers, which Samir has mentioned this now. We have prepared a white paper, and actually this is from the extracts from the white paper. We have put together the critical infrastructure protection for countries and for operators. So this is a list of things that you can do for countries, which for countries would be more at a higher level, which is looking at institutional architecture. We're looking at national risk assessments, policies, strategies, regulations, public-private cooperations, and so on. And if you look at the next slide, which is this protection for operators, you will see for operators, we're looking at risk management frameworks. We built and test emergency. Many people build emergency plans but do not test the plans. So we need to test the plans. Continuous training, education. We need to look at supply chain security, which is being targeted nowadays. And that is so crucial, especially during the pandemic. If supply chains are affected, we'll see that, a lot of things cannot flow. And this is the time when we rely, when travels are restricted and so on, we rely on—
Can you please step up?
Yeah, supply chain. Okay, so the next slide, I think it's my last slide. The next slide. Do we have the next slide? Okay, next slide. Yeah, so this is my second last slide. In conclusion, what we want to say is that critical infrastructure must have a broader and more holistic approach and mindset in the manner we address cybersecurity, because things are changing. Pandemic was unprecedented, so we never thought. Many people rushed to the cloud without thinking whether this is the, what do I need to put in place, or which type of cloud service should I go for? So we need to sometimes take a step back, look and assess what we need. And we need to look beyond technical tools, because we need to look at strategies. We need to look at what we need in order for us to address, to have better protection and resiliency. And I have the last slide, which is our contribution. Could we have next slide, please? In August this year, Welshman Keen collaborated with the ITU, and we conducted a training session together with the ITU. And we also had contribution from the cooperation with Interpol, the UNODC as well. And as a continuous effort, we have come up with this white paper, which is Safeguarding Critical National Infrastructure. I believe it will be made available by ITU on the website. And also, we have come up with a series of webinars and training, which we have planned for between 2020 and 2022, focusing on small islands, developing states, and Pacific Island countries. So you can see from here, we're looking at from security awareness training, we're doing webinars for them, we can do the training. And of course, once the travel bans are lifted, we can look at face-to-face training, workshops on critical national infrastructures, and also specialized trainings on this. So we would like to continue our effort to support the ITU and provide our collaboration towards this in contributing our expertise and specialization in the area of connectivity and also on critical national infrastructure protection. Thank you very much, Samir. I hope it was within the 10 minutes.
Thank you, Philip, so much. I'm very, very excited to see this rich contribution coming from UN agency, academia, ITU sector members, not only the work that we have done in the past, but also looking forward. There are a lot of areas of collaboration that we can really work together, including the strategies, cyber drills, CERT assessment, and the capacity building. So we're really looking forward to the journey towards WTDC 2021. And so I want to thank all the panelists for their exciting contribution. And I hand it over to our regional director for the words of wisdom for the session before we wrap it up. Ms. Okuda, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir, and all the presenters. to stay on until 4 p.m. Bangkok time. And I apologize to the participants that we went over the allocated time, but I hope that all the sessions that you listened to today were informative and very helpful for the planning of our 2021 activities. On that note, I would like to thank again all the session contributors, the moderators and speakers from the beginning of the day. And I hope to see you at 10 a.m. We would like to start with a session on ICT statistics, which is a very, very critical issue in Asia and the Pacific, followed by the ICT for all. And then we will discuss the planning for the future WTDC and what Asia and the Pacific should do to position ourselves. And then we will conclude the RDF. And it's hard to believe that we are almost 3/4 of the RDF already completed successfully. And however, the important sessions are still ahead of us. And we would like to make sure that we take stock of all the important points so that we are prepared to move forward. So on that note, thank you very much. And I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.